And welcome everybody to another week here for the North American Online League. Of course, it is I, NEETfull. Joining me today is Bonnie. Bonnie, how are you feeling about this week of Grand Archive?
Hey, glad to be there. Casting for the second time this month. Uh, Reminder for everyone, there was no stream last week. No need to search it. Our great and amazing producer, Once in Love, with everything he does, was sick. Unfortunately, we could not do this without him. So no stream last week, but we're back, ready to cast. Well, we already know our round one. We will have the new Nico Proxy card on stream to showcase it to you guys. Are you excited about the card?
Oh, I'm this is a card that I'm really happy that we're seeing more and more of them taking these proxy vaults as a way to bring back banned cards for the deck they were intended for. We haven't seen it really in terms of we've seen some Fire Alice's kind of throw in the new card to kind of use it again. But with Nico, this is kind of a critical piece to kind of progress their game plan and let them do quite a bit, as well as the card being able to put more lash counters like right off the bat. Say, hey, here's X number of lash counters to already enable that game plan. I'm really hoping this opens some doors for this deck to do a little bit more because I kind of want to see a mill deck that isn't just a turtle staring at me for this, for 8 or 9 turns because we saw how powerful that card is for sure this last weekend.
Oh yeah. Do you think the high number of lash counters that this can add makes it a viable game plan for Nico to go for like long-term mill game plan, just poke a couple turns in a row and slowly mill them out, which is not really a plan we've seen for Nico up till now. We had the Ravishing Finale win or just damage. But now this opens a new option, right?
Yeah, I think with this being able to, well, for one, getting Icebound Slam to enable some of that kind of game plan, and as two is kind of we see Nico in the past where it wasn't a necessarily try to hit the combo and in the game. You kind of were pressuring your opponent from two fronts. You're pressuring him not
Mhm.
only in combat damage, but also in the sense of, hey, how many cards you got left in your deck. So I think we'll probably see a return to that strategy at least initially. So we might see a slow bleed style effect, and then say, hey, which do you want to die by? Do you want to die by mill or you want to die by damage? It's up to you.
This game though, that's not where we're seeing the list. Is played by Quest, one of my teammates, and talked to me about the list a little bit earlier today. And he's definitely just aiming to win with damage. The Icebound Slam helps with that. Ravishing Finale is still a very efficient attack. It's a 3 cost 6 damage, and then some big Guardian allies, and it's purely a water high damage list that's aiming to kill.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I think we're also kind of in a meta where getting a couple more water decks is not really going to be something that I'm going to turn down, especially in this meta. And then, of course, to kind of target this meta, we do have who they're going to be playing into, and it is going to be a Win Tristan. Is going to be the matchup. So this is kind of going to be one of the big tests of kind of the meta has very much been a boogeyman of things like Siryu, Tristan, the return, possibly the return of Gembu. So this is a good way to kind of test to see where this deck is going to land in this meta. So I'm actually really excited that this is going to be our matchup to kind of see how does it stand up against the big dogs currently in the game.
Yeah, it's very interesting because since before when I used to play the matchup like the water allies-ish versus Tristan and various Nico variants too, I feel like water overall had a very good matchup into Tristan, but Durable is a new tool that's very great, especially into Nico. So we'll see how that changes.
And then, of course, on the stream, we've already got those gloves shown for anybody who may have not checked the notes yet or have not seen the card yet. This is the new Proxia's Vault card. Quite a bit of text on the card. Uh, Best way to put it is if you have three or more cards in your graveyard, you're able to activate this material deck by paying three. So it's another regalia that we can essentially get by kind of cheating it into play and not having to use a materialization. But the big thing is going to be that second ability where we're going to play 3 plus X. So we can just do three just to get an Icebound Slam. But if we have extra cards in our hand, let's say end of turn, we're sitting with 5 cards, we can say, hey, let's not only get that Icebound Slam, but let's go ahead and progress that lash counter game plan by getting maybe 2 or 3 lash counters on top of that. So they're probably something we're going to see maybe see a little bit of a rush to lash counter count to really start, as we said, being able to start that bleed on both fronts. But as you said, it might just come down to some big damage.
And all the regalias that we've seen that, and not just regalias because Vanitas is also in there, but basically any card that you can pull out of your material deck as an activation in your main phase, pretty much all of them have seen some amount of play, right? They're all good. Extra materialization in these games are all very good.
Oh yeah, we're also seeing that with a lot of other cards. Anytime you can cheat a card into play, it's a card to watch for. I mean, we have Mercblade currently on the watch list for a very good reason.
Yeah, I've played it to some very good results in the past couple of weeks. Very useful card, especially against Seryu.
Oh, for sure. And we did see Tristan open up with probably one of the best starts I can see, and it's just simply starting out the Sadie. Probably if I had to pick the best card to start out with in this deck, it's probably that.
Yeah, it's super safe as a start. It helps kickstart your prep counters that Tristan needs so much. Meanwhile, Cheshire Cat is a lot of aggression. This Nico is on Looking Glass, so we'll be seeing a full suit of Distortion Swords to help pump the cat up and swing for a lot of damage.
Not to mention, this cat is just so powerful. Like it is, it is probably one of my favorite allies in a very long time. Not just because it's an animal, but the fact that it is so hard to deal with for a lot of decks.
And foil too, I think I can see.
It does look like it.
So backup charger on the Tristan side. So we're probably playing the influence game here, right? We just stay low for a long time and try to just have enough resource in hand to be able to deal with everything the opponent is doing.
Yeah, for
And
sure. And
I'm not sure if that's the right plan. Seeing the damage that water can put out, I think you really need that level 3 to help insulate you. I think if you stay low level too long, at some point it might backfire on you. So we'll see how that goes. Obviously, there's some very powerful tools that Tristan has available to, and drawing more cards is always good. It's always that balancing game in Grand Archive, right? How
oh,
much can you greed?
yeah, and it's also like with the backup as well. Sometimes it is also going into very early Grand Archive when we were kind of dealing with a little bit more of a water problem. You can kind of look at backup charger as a way of almost a amulet in a sense, Viridian Protective, because you are getting that +1 influence for essentially
Mhm.
nothing. So you are in a sense getting out of that what used to be Frostbind range, but that's kind of changed a little bit. So this may just be a cookie cutter Tristan opening is what we're kind of seeing, and just playing it safe, get the influence game, and also you probably don't expect to hit a big bonk.
The other thing too is that the Tristan player here probably doesn't know what they're playing against, right? Usually, if you see Spirit of Water, Looking Glass, the big thing you're thinking about is the new Water Diana Carps on Coda list. But here we see the Aquifer Seneschal, a very big guy, 3/4 for 3, and that's not a card you see often nowadays.
No, it is one that I think it's a cool part about Nico and Water Guardians in general is 3-4 stat lines are getting better or getting more and more looked at in terms of like cards you can play just because it's a lot of the times is a when you have something like a 3-4, you're generally having to see two, sometimes three swings into those allies to clear them. So even if this didn't have the taunt class bonus or the ability to wake up, I would still be playing this card.
And that's the other thing with the Nico deck, right? It's not one of the more popular champion, but Nico gives you access to all those Guardian class bonus cards, and some of them are very powerful. Either the Seneschal or Storm of Thorns is also a card with Nico on it that is so strong in so many matchups.
Honestly, I think Storm of Thorns might be one of the strongest, if not the strongest water card in the game. I think it's actually what I voted for. I don't know if we had the water cards on there as vote for strongest water, but I know for a fact if it was, that's would have been my vote.
It's definitely a strong card. It's very meta dependent. In the current meta, I think it's not as strong as it used to be. I played it at the first US Nats where all the meta was like fire aggro and wind allies, and that did so much work. Fortunately, Storm of Thorns not that good against, say, Ablation.
Yeah, against Oblation, but I don't think any card you play is good against Oblation unless you just prevent all of it. Time to for water barrier meta.
Yeah, definitely.
And I
Ooh,
see in the chat, I
Refracting
know
Missile.
I didn't vote Fracture Eyes. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about.
I actually voted Lunette, Frostbinder Breeze. Because in the sense of like if you look at the ban list, right, that's not necessarily the strongest card, but it's like game warping cards. Like if they go down, the opponent needs to find a way to deal with them. And in this way, Lunette is definitely the water card that requires an answer the most, right? Some decks just fold to Lunette.
Do you wonder at this point, as Tristan, you see your opponent go level 1 Nico, do you start questioning what you're playing?
Well, after you see level 1 Nico, you're pretty much certain that the opponent is playing Nico, probably. But you probably change your whole game plan here. Is that?
Quite
Ooh,
a
that's
bit.
a
Yeah,
Veiling
you're
Breeze. So going on the defensive pretty aggressively here, and I like that for the Tristan. A big problem I feel that some Tristans see in the matchup is they end up in the late game, they take damage, saying their level 3 will protect them, right? The pay 2 prep counter to move and attack to a shadow. And they end up with like 2 or 3 life points remaining. So first off, they're vulnerable to say a refracting missile like we see here. Or they have to spend all of their prep counters just to survive, and then they can't find the kill because you need those prep counters to do a big shadow strike. So if you're using your protection more aggressively in the beginning, you get a bigger life point buffer. So in the late game, you're able to use that remaining life that you wouldn't have otherwise to instead conserve your prep counters and find the win there.
Let's also not forget there was that reveal was 2 more Veiling Breeze and an Innervate Agility. So I think we're feeling pretty safe right now. That was
Definitely
quite a
something
bit
that
to
helps.
do.
The big problem with the Veiling Breeze is that now the Aquifer Seneschal can do its taunting job. So you can't push any damage, you can't clear any allies. Even trying to clear it with Sadi or whatever will be very costly. You'll lose it on the retaliation. So it's probably just staying there on the board, just threatening more and more turns of damage.
Not to mention that thing's a 3 power, so regardless of what other ally you play into it, you can't even swing into it and then acing it back. That is a rough ally to look at have to be attacking into. Whew. And we are seeing the Korhazi hit play, so we are gonna hopefully see a card that helps us here and get that prep count. We're at 4 now, so level 2
Yep.
is now on the table, and probably very quickly a 3 if we kind of figure out what the that there's probably an Icebound Slam on its way.
Yeah, there's one point about Dungeon Guide, well, about water, is that it doesn't really have a way to interact with Dungeon Guide, right? Usually, especially now, the Tristan player has way more than enough cards in hand to pay for for a Frostbind, which we're not actually even running. I'm looking at the deck list, and there's no negates in the list. Yes, sorry, there's a Cerulean Degree, but no Frostbind, and no Frozen Dismissal, which is it's a card I'm surprised we haven't seen more, right? Especially with the rule change a couple of months ago with the actually drawing your hand for the first turn. I thought Frozen Dismissal would see more play.
I mean, we're seeing it in sideboards quite a bit still. I mean, we're seeing in this list it's already in the sideboard. Well, so we'll probably see that. But I think it's more of a situation of it's kind of the idea if you're seeing aggro at that point, how are you already into aggro? And I think this list already being on 4 Stormathorns, I don't,
Mhm.
and as well as we already have a 3/4 taunt, I don't think we feel as nervous in that matchup. I think at that point they're mainly entered there to maybe stop a dungeon guide. So maybe not as important to have it as your main board.
So we do see the gloves here. They've been materialized. We didn't use the extra ability to get it in the main phase because we had put our we just wanted more lash counters, right? Oh no, because there's no 3 cards in the opponent's graveyard. That's the thing. Sorry, you need 3 cards in the opponent graveyard to be able to activate it. We did not, so we materialized it. We got 4 lash counters, which this list doesn't have Nico 2. It still makes the Magebane lash bigger when we eventually materialize it. But mostly, we have that Icebound Slam, a card that terrorized people for a full season, got banned, and is now back in a way.
And I think we're about to see it again. Which also very important. You cannot incap this. It is an attack.
Oh no, we're seeing more allies. Saying we already have board control. Might as well just put more stuff on the board and threaten the Icebound Slam for later.
And possibly keep that Icebound Slam for when we do get the, as you mentioned, we get the Mage Bane Lash to just make it even more top heavy. So even with a, yeah, even with the even defense, get around it. Also, Innervate Agility is still in hand, so, and 5 damage, so probably
Do
remembered
we
better than
have,
we did.
we do not have any answer to Stalt in the deck list currently. It's there's some in the sideboard, which is fair. You know, not every deck is running Stealth, so it's very fair to sideboard those cards. But if we pressure enough, at some point, Innervate Agility will need to be played, and then we can Icebound Slam.
Yeah, I think the race against clock is going to be getting that before we hit the Tristan level 3, because I don't think we want to have to deal with the shadows on top of the having to get that out of hand.
I also want to point out the Visual Rampart. It's a starter deck card. It's another 3/4 for 4. Great stat line, as long as it's level 1 plus, I think. And just playing good stat allies is just a very good stat. No, it's class bonus, so it's still a very good strategy, right? It's not the best into some matchups. Again, I'm mentioning Ablation because it's the one reason I myself dropped Water Allies for the season. But against a lot of other things, it does a lot of work. Look at the board state right now. We just have empty board 11 damage to a very threatening position.
And still keeping the taunt up too, so pretty good place to be in. But we also did take a glimpse at the list. We also do have Tweedledee in the list as well. So that's another, I
Interesting.
believe, another 3/4.
Dream Fairy is one of the best answers you can find into any kind of water allies, especially since, as I've said, this list has no way of interacting with Stealth, except into the sideboard later on. We have some Pure Beyond.
Yeah, we could just missile it. We saw missile go.
We
Just
saw a
nuke it.
missile. We'll need to find a fractal to make it just a little bit bigger.
Yeah, we'll just fracturize a sword. Why not?
It's even better to hit the Aquifer Essential since it's hindered, so even if you deal with the fairy and you can replay it, land to rest it for the first turn, not threatening that 3 damage.
It looks like we're thinking a response here. We've got something. Do we got something?
I want
I don't know what
what?
that something would be.
Cerulean Decree, so we just want to force more cards down? Limit what the turn can do?
Very likely. And the fact that we also just get to replace it means taxing 2, getting some more cards. Oh, very likely a thought here is to deal with the Ace and Protector.
Very reasonable. We do see an incap instead, though, to prevent the card draw from Quest.
Which maybe I think us seeing the list, I think that's actually a very good call in capping there. But
Yeah.
if I didn't know the list, I would be very much of a kind of what's the end game? And I feel like there'd be other water cards I would want to deal with, but maybe they know. They know the sauce.
And we're still safe here. We do still have the boost that we can banish to draw a card. So even though we only have 2 cards in hand here, oh, and Feebling Orb is the answer. So I was saying that we almost had 3 cards in hand, so we could still crack the boots and play Innervate Agility if Icebound Slab was coming down. But we see Enfeebling Orb here from Quest, which is pretty much doing its job. You know, Enfeebling Orb has been played in so many aggro or combo decks just to make sure your opponent can deal with whatever one shot you're sending at you. And here, well, we play Enfeebling Orb, and we'll send the Icebound Slam for probably 10 with the sword.
It should be at least, yeah, so it'd be Yeah, it should be at least because it's Icebound coming in for 8, so it'd be 11, right? Because the Guardian bonus on the
Right,
sword.
right. I always forget that inner sword
Yeah.
is guardian bonus. Yes, yes. 11 damage, which will be more than enough here.
Hey, there's a chance we don't hit 5 water cards.
There is already 3.
But I can't math, so that's just even without it, I think it's just a flat 6 coming in, so
That is a flax hit indeed. So yeah, even if the mill whiffs out, we are seeing lethal damage. But that is 5
that did
water,
not look like a
so
whiff. That did not look like a whiff either. Yep, and
so
that'll be where we're moving on to game 2.
yeah, some very useful things in the sideboard though. We have from Tristan the Sensor Wrestle piece, very useful against any water deck that seeks to self-mill a little bit. Ensnaring Fume, great into any white ally board. Resolute Stand, also amazing into ally boards. Meanwhile, from the Nico, what do we have? Palvar Sword is not that required to deal with the graveyard, right? Tristan doesn't play a lot of float, but still another distortion sword, so it makes the Cheshire Cat bigger. Pure
Yeah,
Beyond is the stealth answer of choice.
oh yeah, for sure. And I don't you know what? And also we're probably gonna see Snow White come in here.
Snow White is great into Tristan. It, especially since it double dips, you not only stop them from leveling up, because they're rested, they don't get the prep counters from their boots.
It's also something you could really kind of big brain some of this play because you could turn 1 open up with the taunt is like your first play of the game. Hope your opponent doesn't clear it, and then if they don't, you can just go cool back to mine level to 1, follow up with Snow White and stop the level 1 Tristan because Tristan has a very very set habit of turn 1 not actually leveling for a lot of cases. So I wouldn't be shocked if that could just be a very very strong opening, as well as I think Tweedle use taunt class bonus, or is
The
it
taunt
just
is class bonus, yes.
which I guess same way. As soon as you level, you get it.
So yeah, let this be a lesson to everyone at home. If you're playing against a water deck, they're all running Snow White nowadays. You need to deal with level 3. So if you're playing against a water deck, do not backup charger on your first materialize. You'll end up stuck at spray it for 4 turns in a row and die. Do not do it. That's not worth it.
Trust, I always hold Stifle and Trap.
Hold Stifling Trap is good. But then, that's where my secret deck comes in. Rescue the Air.
I don't think we have Rescue the Air in this list. I'll be honest. I don't see it.
We don't. We don't. There's
I mean,
also
there is the sacrifice. I played it in Slimes, and I can't even remember the card.
well,
Played it all
the
week.
problem with that is that it doesn't work like Dungeon Guide, right? Dungeon Guide, if you Stifling Trap it and you sacrifice it in response, you still get the level up. Snow White, the
Oh, it's
can't
while it's in
level up
play.
is a
Yeah,
static effect. So you can bring it back and do it another turn. But if you sacrifice it, it just rests them. And that doesn't actually do much in the list. Snow White's just great overall in the matchup too, because even without the can't level up portion, resting them and saying they don't wake up next turn means they skip a full turn of attack. So it's a turn where you're safe and you know they're unable to shadow strike you.
true. Now I think we're missing the sauce though. I think we need to go wind. So that way we can fast activate Snow White. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we're cooking.
Yes. When Nico expeditious opening into Snow White is quite evil. And then you can reclaim your Snow White and play her again. Or just
Uh,
displace her in response to your opponent leveling up. All good options. But is it better in Wind Nico or Water Vanitas? That's the big question.
yeah, Water Vanitas. I don't like that. I don't like Vanitas. I have PTSD from that champion. And we're seeing a very similar opening, starting out with the cat.
Cat is quite good. We
And
see a
there's a
stifling
stifle.
trap. Yeah, so we're resistant to Snow White.
I was gonna be like
Wait,
for now, but we could still just kill in response.
did we let Quest go first for the extra card?
I
Right, because
believe we did actually.
the Susie didn't play anything, and then the Cheshire Cat did not swing because that was probably turn one, I would expect.
I think you are correct. Yeah, we just kind of like we just want the extra card, which in a water matchup, not the worst. It being aggro, still pretty rough, but it's not the worst.
So we get the sword first to let the cats do cat things, getting extra power from all the base power of all the distortion weapons that we control, which in the whole game for now is only swords. Devs really do have a preference for the sword weapon type.
We're waiting. RDO, we're about to get like what would the opposite of impact be? Whatever that would be, hammer.
A hammer that recovers every time you swing would actually be pretty interesting. I'd play that.
Launch hammer.
Hmm. Absorption hammer?
Another windmill.
Thinking about it, Palfor Sword might be lore-wise the inverse of Vorpal Sword, but mechanic-wise, it's more or less the opposite of Erendite instead.
You're onto something. You're cooking. We just gonna find out.
So we have the backup treasure here. We'll see if we keep the Stifling Trap in hand, because there might be a quick Snow White here, and that might be turbocharged. So we are seeing a lot of card draw from Tristan. Definitely, we will find some answers. The question is how we'll play around them, because there's a lot of different threats that we can see here.
There we
One
go. Windmill
more,
number 2. Keep
even
that
more
draw
card
game
draw.
going.
Yeah, that's the thing that Wind loves to do, just drawing card after card every turn.
I wonder if we're holding any defense. Like at this point, possibly there another veiling, possibly holding on to.
Yeah,
We
the
could
sideboard Resolute stand could be good. We still have what 5, 6 cards in hand, so we have a lot of possible answers. The other thing too is that we don't yet have any prep counters, so we can't really level up that fast even if we wanted to. Well, we could, but it's very costly. Not getting that draw 2 on Tristan level 2 makes for totally different games.
for sure. I mean, we are also in a situation where we know we're playing into aggro. We know for a fact that we still have some time if we can like get the get the shadows out, clear the board of some shadows. So could also be a game plan of where we've already drawn an extra bunch of extra cards. We've already gone up in influence. Maybe that draw 1 is okay. We don't need the draw 2.
Backup charger here too. Quest must not really like his hand, right? Usually when you're playing this more aggro kind of matchup, you need to use those materialize to get to your big tools. Not leveling up here, there's a lot that we don't have unlocked, so we clearly are digging for something better.
That or we have a lot of really good allies.
Maybe we just wanted the extra card to be able to go like 2 Aquifer Seneschal this turn. Dropping too many allies not that good though, because Ensnaring Fumes is always a threat from Tristan players.
Well, there's our first 3-4.
No class bonus. So for now, it's a 1-4. So I'm probably going at a, yeah, it's going at a Windmill Engineer to clear it.
I think you play it safe and you clear the other one too, because I don't think you want the free ace in. But we can always use a sword to clear it if we want to. If we're not worried about the plus.
We are going
Yeah, we're going
phase.
for direct.
No, I think there's enough influence from the Tristan player that you can't really prevent an ace in even if you wanted to. So I can see the upside in going face.
And all we did, I didn't even think about. Well, I guess we could just have a Storm of Thorns as well, because that'd be another way to kind of. Yeah,
True,
gotcha.
true. I see there's someone in chat that I will traumatize right now by telling an old story from regionals where they went Woodland Squirrel, swing because it's free. I Storm of Storm them. The squirrel dies, so they can't ace in. And they go, yeah, no matter. Woodland Squirrel, swing. And then just immediately face palming. So that was a great value on that Storm of Thorns.
I think I played into you in nationals this last time.
In Nationals this year? Did we?
I
I
think I
don't
might
really
have.
remember.
I think it might have been you. I know we played. I played into a Water Allies, and I fell for 2 of the traps twice. And I was like, the first trap I fell into was I swung into like a board of unique allies, and it was like as I swung, I'm like, I know what I just did. Don't show me it. Don't show me it.
The
Mortal
moral
ambition. I'm like,
ambition.
yeah. And then I swung a cleave into a Korhazi, a Kralzi trapper, just to say, yeah, lose. I'll get cleave for 1. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go home.
Might have been me. Yes, yes, we indeed played round 4.
That was it. I have PTSD from Water Allies because of this reason.
Now though, the ally pressure is on the Tristan. That's quite a good board.
And it looks like we're attempting for the clear on the ally too.
Yeah, plus getting the agility from Sadie. But we see Diffusive Block, a card that honestly I have not seen in a long, long time, but it's such a good card. Prevent 2, floating memory, and it's even cheaper if you have a shield. It's rarely relevant nowadays. I used to play that with a Alliance Gear Shield in Water Allies. People never expected the cheaper, because whoever sees the cost reduction on Diffusive Block?
I think you calling out might have been the first time I actually read the top of that card. Yeah, no, not waiting around here. Let's go Nico level 1.
So Nico not the most impactful level 1, but we do usually get a floating memory in the graveyard out of it. And it's the second diffusive block.
With both floating online too.
You know? I think you continue swinging face with that Vigil Rampart, right? You probably have answers in hand if they ever try to clear it. Even a Storm of Thorn, that could be very good if you have it. So I think face is the place here.
I'm inclined to agree with you because at this point, you're kind of your game plan. You've already got it started. Get your opponent kind of very much closer to this lethal, and hopefully just go for Icebound Slam or Finale here to wrap things up.
Also, compared to the other game, this time we do have 3 cards in the opponent's graveyard, so we are able to activate Sablemere. Failing Breeze to block this turn of damage. Quite useful. Showing 4 cards just to be safe. You never know if something a little bigger is coming out.
And show your opponent the mind games. Like I've still got the stifle.
Yeah.
Remember this.
We are going hands down for that, so that means that Nico can swing at Sadie and clear it. It's always that. It's always a fun mini game playing against Sadie because you're always trying to bait your opponent into overextending so you can finally clear her, and it's to the opponent to decide if they value Sadie enough compared to whatever pressure you put onto them.
Yeah, and you could tell we were definitely banking last turn on hopefully having 3 more cards in hand.
Interesting, we're not seeing the glove activation here from Quest.
How many cards are we sitting? It looks like we're sitting with 6 in hand.
Uh,
Or is it 7?
7? 8? Oh, he is running Title or Slaymore. That's interesting. Because as I've said, I was talking to him about the list earlier, and he sent me an early version of the list, and I said to him, like, no Claymore, and he said, no need, like, the list intends to clear early, right? I'm never really using it. But I look at the list now, and he actually put it in, so guess he values my opinion.
I mean, it turns out that sword bonks.
It bonks big.
Yeah, be able to go Icebound Slam, mill a bunch of cards, and then say, "Hey, here's a Claymore that I'm essentially going to for free turn it sideways for the most part."
It's sad that Nico has no way of bringing things back from the graveyard. You know, a couple of other champions have options here or there. You know, Umbra have a couple of cards that do that. Ciel has the whole Omen thing. Um, Lost Wisdom is a powerful card for bringing back spells. But Nico has nothing to bring back from the graveyard, so we don't have any way of going Icebound Slam and then Icebound Slam again the next turn.
Yeah, I think with all the other attack cards as the list is running, with the being able to have the Ravaging Finale, as well as also in a sense having the Tidehole or Claymore, I don't think we even need it because those are technically quote unquote and Magebane. So those are
Yeah,
technically our we kind of just start the engine, get the engine running, and then from there keep that ball rolling.
you don't need it, but it's the mental pressure, right? Seeing the second Icebound Slam is enough to traumatize your opponent.
What is that? Are we getting 5 lash counters now? Or is it just yeah, I think 5.
Yes. Yes, I think that's right. Yeah.
That is gonna be a that is gonna be a terrifying Magebane lash if it ever hits play.
I mean, given that we're swinging possibly 11 here. Oh, I just noticed he's not running because he had it in the early list he sent me. Overpowering Defense, the card that was in the CL starter deck that negates a card if a Guardian unit is attacking. That pairs very well with Icebound Slam to prevent those pesky innervate agility and stuff.
I'm
But
thinking it
he
might
cut it out.
probably very, very likely cutting it out for the ability to have more water. And then probably sideboard slots is we have Song of Frost, which kind of is the same thing for us most of the time.
It doesn't really help you out
But
on Slam connecting.
yeah. Yeah,
So
my thought
you
is we just
probably
want to keep that water count high, very similar to how we used to do in the
yeah,
past, but
definitely.
before Icebound was
It's not
unfortunately
as
taken out
important
back.
anymore because you're playing a little bit late, right? Usually you want it to be as close to 60 as possible. That way you could Icebound Slam on turn 1. But here you can't Icebound Slam before turn 3 at the minimum. So we still are going for it. Interesting. So that will be again 11 damage. Unless Suzia has something here. It could be Innervate Agility. It sometimes feels bad to go back down to level 1, to level 0. But it's also cheaper to go back up, right? So it's not as bad.
And we still have the on attack trigger once this resolves. We do have that still on the stack. So worst case scenario, it does fuel. Even if we don't get the damage connecting, we still do get the cards.
Yeah, and then we can get Mage Bane Lash next turn and start swinging for 4 turns in a row.
Quite a bit of floating going there. So
Let's see how we react.
and
You
currently
have to
coming
play
in
at
for
least something, right? You can't just take 11 here. Zephyr? For the sword? That is blocking 3 damage, essentially. It's kind of like playing Resolute Stand. Any follow-up to that? No, we are taking the 8. A bit of a risky position. It depends how... Like, if we're able to level up, surveil, win in response to the enters, we have those 4 counters, we draw 2 cards, and then we can Dungeon Guide into level 3. We're still safe enough, I think. It's far from a lost game.
for sure. And I think we definitely have to, regardless, like wanting the extra or not. I think we have to go 2 here. Hopefully we can get a prep counter before a resolution. No, we're going ring.
Ooh.
I feel like we're going to see a big bonk in our future. Unless we have the Innervate, which I would have thought we have seen it last turn, but
Innervate's getting pretty late because you still need to get to level 3 after this. Second Dream Fairy would be really optimal here, I think, because you need to deal with that ally on board. Or a Sadie. A Sadie also works. 5? Mastermind Scheme is interesting. So we had few ways of getting prep counters, so this is our solution. Unfortunately, not getting the agility from it, because that's at 8, if I'm right.
yes, it'll be 8 is the requirement for it to be able to do, because essentially you double at 4 to get to the 8. So we won't be picking up any. The question is, are we trying to dig off of boots? Is that our only shot to get something?
Digging off of boot is a very real possibility. The problem with going 5 down for Mastermind Scheme is now, even if we have an answer like Innervate Agility, that means going to basically nothing in hand and possibly dying to a Cerulean Decree.
And we are going with the pass and getting the prep. Drawing the card at the end.
So now with 5 cards in hand, we are able to pay for that possible negate. Nothing in Quest deck requires to pay more than 2. What do we see from Quest though? Probably a Mage Bane Lash, right? That has to be. Hesitating. What other good materialize do we have? Could be Enfeebling Orb, I guess. Enfeebling Orb, because we have a Cerulean Decree in hand, is also a reasonable option.
Which, having that much floating, would not be shocked if how much is that Mage Bane coming in for at this point? If we do get it.
That's an extra lash from its on enter, so it's swing for 6 damage. It's bigger than a Claymore.
And that is the new art too.
It's funny how usually altar cards are worth a bit less than the normal ones, but all the MRC altar ones from the Shadow Slaw, the Magebane Lash, because they have those characters on them, they're actually more sought after.
That's not even, they have the fan favorite characters. Is the other part about it, is what are on those. Turns out people like Nico and Tristan.
Yeah, who
Who
would
would have
have
thought?
guessed? Huh? It's funny because I actually prefer card arts that only have the weapon on them. So we saw a Resolute stand here. That was essentially cancelled by the Song of Frost. And so we're seeing for another 6 here, and that will be for lethal. Not much we can do with a single card in hand at level 1.
Yep, nope,
And that is
that will
game.
be it. That'll close it out. Song of Frost, once again, back to terrorize. Ooh, that was that unfortunately, that was where I think Nico saw kind of everything they wanted to see in that matchup. Just kind of turning things sideways, and hey, turns out Big Bonk is still here and it's pretty strong. Who would have thought?
Big Bonk, very good into Tristan. I used to run Icebound Slab in my Water Tony just because it was a big bonk. I wasn't even abusing the get 5 float in graveyard. I wasn't running any float, just bigger bonk, and it worked surprisingly well. Water has always been a great answer to Tristan. It just so happens that a lot of water decks aren't that super good right now.
Yeah, and also, I mean, your teammate, you know very well, Quest is a very, very strong
I
player. It
I
is
need to talk to him though, because I saw the Feeble Dagger in the sideboard, the Distortion Poison Dagger, and I have no clue why he's playing it, because it's the damage reduction is Assassin class bonus. That's definitely not good for Nico, so I need to talk to him.
yeah, it is it? Is it
Yeah,
assassin class? It is.
yeah, but it's,
Ooh.
it doesn't have the class bonus bubble. It's just like inline, like Creative Shock is. So a lot of people miss that,
I
and
mean,
he
to be
told me
fair,
he did.
that early Grand Archive, I think I missed a lot of text on
Oh
cards
yeah,
because of
oh
that
yeah.
reason. Where I'm like, oh yeah, that is a class bonus, isn't it? Oops.
Mhm.
But hey, maybe it is just deal one. Maybe there are so many games where they miss lethal by one, where it's just like, I need this one damage. I guess it's two damage
Mm,
because you can sacrifice cat.
maybe it's just a way of stopping spell shield, right?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh, oh, that's actually huge because you could sacrifice cat to it, right?
You can
Because
also
it is
sacrifice cat to it, yeah.
yeah. So you technically have two ways to pop shields to do it.
Yeah.
So if you play it, you have a way
It's
to go through.
it's a possibility. That would be very spicy. If it so happens that we get Quest on stream again, I hope it happens. Maybe he'll be 3-0 and we'll see him for round 4 or something.
Listen, if somebody makes that dagger, if I have to go against Quest and he makes that dagger, I'm gonna be like, I know what you have. I know what you're doing. Don't do this. Not like this. Not like this. Not that I play any shields anytime, but that is such a specific way to do it, and I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all.
Sometimes creative solutions, He does have a refracting missile for kind of the same thing. So it's not as required, but I can see why he would put it. Well, I'll ask him about it.
That's gotta be the reason. Now I want to know. I want to know if that's the reason. We may never find out, but I want to know so badly. I'm about to message
So
directly, say, "Hey, don't tell me," but
we saw the proxy card, but we also had oh no, wait, no, it's not legal. It comes out tomorrow. I was about to ask you about AMB Ultimate and what you wanted to see tonight, but it's only legal starting tomorrow. So forget about that question.
yeah, we don't care about it. AMB does alter doesn't matter.
Some great card. I'll have to brew it with those cards though for very different decks, but still very fun cards. Obviously, people have seen me play a lot of Kongming and that new banquet card. So good. I need to play that and just recover every turn.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're gonna see a different playstyle to Jin. some of the new cards that they're getting going into this set because I feel like being able to have an ally that also generates you a polearm seems really good moving
Yeah.
forward. I I really hope this deck picks up because of that. It'll be actually really cool to see Jin do something other than say I'm level 3 and just stare at you for like 10 minutes and then be like, "You have any way to kill me?" And then you go, I'm Merlin." And they go, "Good talk." Good game.
Yeah, we've never really seen Jin explore the other possibilities. Like the level one is amazing for an ally deck, whatever the element you want to play it in. It just so happens that it's always been a side grade that was kind of inferior to Lorraine, especially in the couple of recent meta where just Clara was such a good tech piece that you didn't really have any reason to play Jin. But now with the new cards, you can start looking at some old tools like if you're playing Wind, it's the what's it called? Crescent Moon, the wind polearm that he has.
Oh,
Many
yeah,
great tools.
I mean, yeah, there's that's the thing is there's so many good pole arms that we just didn't get to explore really with it
Yeah.
because it was again we were so locked in one specific strategy on that deck that yeah, no, it's definitely one that I'm very excited to see Jin hopefully come out and do something maybe even more of an ally game plan. Especially just because being able to attack and get the +1 on something else whenever you attack with
Mhm,
a pole arm seems
mhm.
really, really, really strong
Yeah, it
in
makes
that kind of
so
list.
many
But
in like allies versus allies matchup. It makes so many weird, awkward breakpoints so much easier to hit. Like killing an ace and protector can sometimes be really rough, but when you have that +1 damage, it becomes so much easier.
yeah, and yeah, and it's I'm really excited to see that. The other thing I'm really excited to see coming out of this is I really want to see if Kong Ming can now become a little bit more of that defensive level 3 deck that I think is the
Mhm,
original intention was, where we're not necessarily trying to say, here's a big bomb and go. That we're going to see a little bit more options of playing around, preserving your cards, playing these a little bit more defensive strategies, and then turning the defensive preserve cards, switching it over to the offensive cards when you've kind of solidified the game. So I'm really excited to see if the deck can now start doing that sort of strategy. We've already seen, of course, even here on these weeklies, we've seen Kong Ming
mhm.
slowly creep back in with some of these strategies, and we've seen kind of what the potential of things like Lu Bu can do in the deck. So hopefully, some new healing tech, some more defensive tech. We might see another late game mage deck start challenging the Ryan the Merlins for that top spot. I hope.
Also curious to see if another of the cards we got was the I don't remember the name. The creative shock for Diana. It's draw one, discard one, and then if you're distant, draw one more and fire for 2 cost. Great card. And I wonder if that will be enough to bring back the really turbo level to 3 Umbra Diana that we used to see in the past. Torching Reach is the name of the card. Um, it's very interesting card, and we've seen Umbra Diana a bit recently. A lot of people these days play Wind. We've seen a couple of different builds at Aki, at Manila. Even last week, it was on stream at London, played by fellow Canadian Herman.
No,
So
it
maybe Wind will fall in favor and Fire will come back because of that card. I'm curious to see that.
I mean, be realistic. It could very much see to come back, and also because we're in a meta where we've seen things shift from very much of a let's play at level 1, let's not really like at level, let's just aggro people down and do these things. Of course, we've seen from Top Cut for a lot of events. Of course, London, we saw Gembu, which not necessarily a heavy level deck, but we've seen things like Tristan, we've seen things like Siriu. Of course, we've seen the return of Merlin, we've seen the return of Lorraine. We've seen a lot of these decks that really want to go to level 3. And one thing Diana really preys on is the decks that level to 3.
Mhm.
Because if you hit level 3 before them and you can connect with the gun, you can get the curses on them and be able to taser shot them, leveling from level 1 to level 3 means you're realistically taking 8 to 16 damage, and that's not something that a lot of those decks can do. Like, Jin is, like, the only one who is willing to probably do that, so I would hope to see this deck come back. The meta is kind of in a right place to see it come back. It's just it's more of can the deck get the speed to do it versus can the deck survive in the meta is kind of the idea, which, to be fair, being able to have another dig outlet, being have another way to pitch liminal guides, be able to get
Mhm.
specifically your dungeon guides in hand to race to 3. Very much so. This deck could become a menace and maybe something that kind of tones back the decks that try to rush level through without any defenses.
And also, very importantly, very few water decks in the meta. Because if there's one thing that Umbrella does not want to see, it's a water deck. Fracturize, Song of Frost, that just cuts her out completely.
Oh, 100%. And it's water, and it's weird because like there's a lot of decks right now that I feel like a lot of problems get solved if we had water. And unfortunately, we just don't have that in this meta. We have Genbu, but and maybe we have Water Nico, but weird to say it after having to deal with the menace for so long of not getting back, not not having a water card to come back.
I'll be hoping, I'll be trying to bring water back, but we'll see what we're able to get. Of course, I'm off of it right now. Luxam is a good deck for now. We'll see how that pans out for the future, but
Yeah, and it's okay. I'm seeing the chat. I'm seeing the chat. Listen, slimes are not a menace. They're just a problem. That's
slime used to be the menace.
not anymore.
On that slime trauma, uh, have you ever played slime into Water Allies?
Yes, and essentially the way we dealt with it was we essentially took a turn off, and we were like, I'm taking a turn off. I'm gonna backup charger, and I hope I don't die. That was our entire game plan. That's how we played that matchup. Was they're like, do you play Amulet, or like do you play the Trinket? I'm like, don't have time. It doesn't work. We draw an
Yeah,
extra
it
card,
doesn't work.
and we hope it carries us.
And Lunette, that's a card like I get that Quest deck, is very aggro focused. You got big swing, you got big allies, but you're running so many taunts. Just put some Lunette in the sideboard. It's so fun to park Lunette behind a couple of taunts and just watch your opponent cry.
Yeah, yeah. It's I think it's like in that matchup, it was you gotta hold on to Slime Eruption because you gotta kill Lunette. You gotta kill Lunette. And to the point, I think we started even the norm list started playing what's the norm 3 damage that in power card? Uh the
Um,
nascent blast. We would play
Oh
the
yeah,
nascent
yeah,
blast
yeah.
as a way just to deal with it turn one. Just because we were so terrified
Wow.
of that card.
Uh, I have a slime enjoyer at my local, and so the modern versions like Water Allies, Lunette, into Tlaran, into slime, and there's nothing they could do. I'm a
No, it's
bit sad for that.
the pain of being a slime enjoyer is we essentially have to bend over backwards to find the weird tech that we can do to beat this one list, and then our
Mhm.
sideboard slots are now down to we have 15 slots and we wish we had 20 to 25.
That's
It's
that's
how
every
it
deck,
feels.
right?
True,
What
true.
what deck doesn't want more sideboard cards?
Maybe Siriu. Siriu doesn't need it.
Yeah, Sirius probably fine like it is.
They've got a dragon. They don't care. Maybe they can have 60 sideboard slots and just switch the deck whenever they see Tristan. Because like, ooh, Tristan, nah, okay. Yeah, no,
Um,
I'm Wind Allies
the
now.
the TM32 list from last week did very great into Tristan though, right? They had some very interesting, not just like deck building, but play patterns that I really liked, where they just stay stay level 0 for so long and just play the influence game, draw cards and draw cards and draw cards. And then eventually you have like 15 cards in hand, and then you go for the dragon.
Yeah. I mean, we've kind of seen that evolve in different ways because we've seen Siriu play a little bit more of the ally board state and just take
Mhm.
this time of just like, I'm gonna build up influence. I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm gonna try to banish very specific cards. I'm gonna try to sculpt my hand of everything I need. And then when I have the absolute easiest way to win, then I'll go for it. And so we've kind of seen that evolve, and I think they just took it to the extreme of being like, I think we had the whisper in our ear earlier of they're just playing Win Luxem with a dragon.
It's basically the same deck, yeah. And then you go for the, what is it, like 40 damage turn with Harness, Lightning, Series Command, the Echoes Command.
Listen, I've eaten that attack even without them taking 50 turns to do so. They've sometimes just been like turn one level, turn 2 level. I'm gonna dungeon guide, and I'm like, I know what's about to happen. not like this. And they're like, well, they only win if they draw perfectly on their turn. And they draw and they try to keep it safe. And they're like, and you're like, okay, game two. They're like, yeah, game two. I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
cool.
On the complete opposite end of the spectrum at Nats this year, I lost to a Siryu that was playing Draft All Star Royal Bear. They got like 2 bear and an Ace and Protector on the field. What am I supposed to do?
Good luck. All right, yeah, good game. I'm happy that we did that. Well, let's look and see what we're sitting at now. So it looks like we have only a couple of minutes left in regulation. It looks like things are starting to wrap up on that front. So I think we'll go ahead and we will send it to a quick break, and then we'll be back here in a few going into round two. Hope to see you guys here in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. We are just getting ready for round two. I'm here with JimTheEternal. How are you doing, Jim?
I'm excited. These events are always a treat to watch and see kind of what people are trying out, what people are bringing to the table. And if last match was any guideline, I'm sure we're going to see some wild matches in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, we already know we'll be trying really hard round two to put out a very interesting list that we didn't actually have time to feature. Well, that we couldn't feature last week because there was no stream. The Edwards very interesting Fire Gambu list.
It's
Uh,
not
that
something you expect to hear, right?
it,
Genbu
it,
and
it's
fire, like,
something. It's
does it work?
something. Well, he already played water cards in his Fire Gyoja list for many months. You know, he was playing
Sure.
Suzaku with Pelagic Fatestone because it's a great discard in the list.
Mhm.
But he just pushed the envelope even further and just is playing the deck with Gambu instead. So I'm curious to see how that runs. Um, Last week was not the first time he played it. I see he also tried it at the Cake Regional and did not go forward there. Dropped
I
out early, I think. So
Yeah, I feel like the
maybe.
regional is going to be a bit of a stiffer competition, right? Like these online weeklies are very much sort of locals in scope. They're a place that people come more to experiment than to kind of test themselves against the stiffest of competition. So, you see a lot of decks here that you probably wouldn't see in something like an online regionals or, even like a local store champs, like an in-person store
Yeah.
champs. I feel like the kinds of decks that you're going to see at that sort of more competitive venue is going to be different than what you're going to be seeing here during the online weeklies.
And maybe the deck just has a lot of very polarizing matchups too. A lot of the decks are like that. It's actually not the like fully meta decks that tried really hard to have a fair matchup spread, but some of the more niche decks are really, really good into some things and then lose very hard into some other things, and that's why they're not meta. So maybe that's just what happened, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It could definitely be just a matchup spread thing. It's really interesting to hear you say that he's been playing this deck with Suzaku and then putting Genbu into his Fire Guoja list is sort of an evolution of what he's been doing before. Because I'm just hearing Fire Genbu and it's kind of like mind blowing as a concept.
It's
So
still a
I'm really excited
very
to see kind of what the
different
deck
list.
looks like.
Obviously, you're not playing all the burn that usually goes with Suzaku, and I
Mhm.
don't think he's playing some of the things like what's it called? He's not playing Coiling Fate Stones that he used to play, even though
Mhm.
this list, another thing that's very interesting is that, it's Fire Gambu, and I compared it to his earlier Suzaku list. But in fact, it's much closer to Fire Seiryu if you look at the base recollection deck. It's a very Fate Stone focused deck, and that's a very interesting build to see. Because there's some very good Fate Stones that just never see play because Fire Guojia is not the thing right now.
Mhm. Yeah, I've been kind of looking through this list, and I'm seeing the craggy Fate Stone, which is one of the more polarizing pangolins in the game, and I'm excited to see sort of the results of that. Like I've played against it a little bit in my time, and it's such a hassle to deal with,
Oh yeah.
especially
Oh
with the focus of the list being additional buff counters on all of the various beasts, which anytime you flip a fate stone, it turns into a beast, whether it's animal sized or beast sized, it's still a beast. So you kind of get some extra tamer value out of those cards. The craggy fate stone, definitely one of them, because anything with spell shroud is going to be a pain to deal with.
yeah.
The other one is the idle fate stone that turns into the boar, that once you
Mhm.
give it enough buff counters, gets extra abilities on it, so there's some extra synergies there. It feels like it's a really, really interesting way to try and flood the board the same way that, like you said, the original Guoja Reko deck kind of does with the Fate Stones. So I'm interested to see kind of whether or not that more aggressive approach turns out, and especially the synergies with the Pelagic Fate Stone, because as the sole water card in the main deck, it is a pretty powerful way to kickstart your engine.
Yeah. And the other interesting things is that, like I mentioned in the earlier round, the cost reduction on diffusive block, that's basically never a thing. There's a lot of the Fate Stone synergy that people basically just forget about because they never happen. Like Crystallized Destiny has a cost reduction if you control Fate Stones. That's never happening in any
Mm-hmm.
list. But
Mm-hmm.
here is actually very, very relevant.
Yeah, I mean, even
Same
with
thing.
played cards, like
Yeah.
if you look at Winds of Destiny, for
Mhm.
example, It has an alternate cost to play that most people probably don't even know exists, even though it's played in like Seryu. It's played in high level decks frequently.
Yeah. There's Expel the Departed that draws a card if you have 2 Fate Stones.
Yep,
That's also a line of decks that you never see.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see kind of how the different pieces interlock, especially because it does sound like the strategy for this deck is fairly streamlined, right?
Oh yeah.
It while people may come to this event to experiment and to try stuff out, you're not going to go 4-0 with just any pile. The deck has to be able to
Yeah.
do whatever it is it's doing.
And the player has to be very good too.
Absolutely.
Another interesting card, we were talking about those polarizing matchups. There's Fated Keepsakes in the main board of the Material deck. And that's a very interesting card from the Guojia Recollection deck that doesn't see a lot of play because you need to have 2 Fate Stones on board for it to have its effect. But it says that you cannot take more than 6 damage at a time. So all those Ablation lists, those Tristan Shadow Strikes, those Nico Icebound Slams, only ever hit you for 6.
The deck doesn't really look like it's situated to recover much, so you still have to be careful with your life total. But knowing that you can't get OTK'd by something massive has got to be a incredible amount of security.
And eventually, obviously, you don't have any other milk cards to help make it faster, but eventually, you'll get Gambu to protect you.
Yeah, that 3/9 taunter that will never grow in size.
You can young Beast Bonder and put +1/+1 counters on it, buff counters.
That's true. That's true. There, like you were saying with the young Beast Bonders, there's definitely a lot of ways to get additional buff counters on the various allies that this deck has, and a 3/9 Spell Shroud Taunt is a really great target for those buff counters.
He is not playing the there's the other card from the Recollection deck that I forgot the name of that puts buff counter on 2 Fate Stones you control. And he's not playing that one. I'm actually surprised. I guess he tested it and found it not good enough, because back when I tried the Recollection deck, just like when it released, that card felt pretty good.
Yeah, that's interesting. I never actually just played with the Reco deck sort of stock. I think generally there's a lot of cards in Grand Archive that'll let you put one buff counter on something and maybe some additional benefit. And if the additional benefit is another buff counter, it's still not clear to me that that's necessarily better than many of the other cards that you could be including. Like if you look at something like Young Beast Bonder, right? In addition to being 2 buff counters, it's floating memory when it dies, which is very, very powerful, and something that this deck is relying on pretty heavily. I haven't done a full count of how many cards in the deck have float, but it's a lot. There's a lot of like norm float. There's a little bit of fire float, and there's of course the Pelagic Fate Stone, and Liminal Guide is in there as well. So very much relying on this extra power from the graveyard. And if something is providing those buff counters without providing the other synergies that the deck is looking for, it makes sense to me that it doesn't quite cut it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just counted them for you. There's 14 floats and 4 liminals, so not the highest count we've seen. It's not like a pure mill deck, but still a fairly high float count.
Cool. Well, it sounds like we have full pairings now, so we might be able to take a look at what Edward is going to be facing against.
We have another Webcam League regular. We have Neutraland on also his usual pet deck, Water Diana. It's the Carp Samkoda build that's been popular nowadays. His version has some difference. There's a couple. It's not a very fixed deck. You have some tools that's everywhere. Everyone's playing Carp Samkoda, obviously. Paladin, Crossland Archer, the big staples. But still, there's a lot of room in the deck to put whatever pieces you might like. Mad Hatter is a card he's running, but not everyone is. Even just having Diana level 2 in the deck is not in every list.
That's true. That's true. I find that the Diana 2, for a while, Diana 2 was fairly common, and then decks tended to sort of pick a side, either leaning fully into Diana 1 and playing Blue Fire, or going all the way up to 3 in order to have that extra Astra support. So just going up to 2 is definitely less common, like you were saying.
2 other very interesting things. He's got Mana's Cascade, the other Water Ether Wing in the main board, the one that makes the opponent discard a card if you hit for enough, or for enough Aether charges in it. I don't remember the exact wording. And also, Crimson Protective Trinket in the sideboard. That's a card I haven't seen in a long while.
Yeah, I was looking at that. That's really interesting. I guess he's very concerned about fire, which sort of makes sense.
Yeah, especially
Although
over.
the boogeyman of the format right now is definitely wind.
He also doesn't have Nullifying Lantern. It's especially weird to see Crimson Protective Trinket in a water deck that could be running. Well, you can't really be running Lantern because you have Carp Sankoda, right? You need to
Yes, true.
keep your own water. So I see the use of not having that tech piece. But lots of people play it anyway, right? You don't really care about Carp Sankoda. Like, either you kill them before you need Lantern, or you play Lantern and you kill them some other way. That used to be the main philosophy for water decks that also needed their own graveyard. But
Yeah, makes
here,
sense.
Neutral Land went for the Trinket instead, and I like it. You know, it's fun to see.
Yeah, it's interesting because I can kind of see the philosophy for the lantern. Like, I think that makes a lot of sense, especially in this deck that's sort of very aggressive for a
Mhm.
water deck. The idea that either you'll kill them before you need the lantern, or if you're putting out the lantern, their plan is neutered enough that you can kind of do whatever you want and still break through. So, yeah, Crimson Protective Trinket, interesting choice. I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out, given that we know he's playing into a fire deck today.
Yeah, but it's a fire deck that doesn't really care about the fire counts in the graveyard. So,
Mhm.
and it cares about its float, but that is usually used immediately. So we maybe won't see it come in,
Oh,
especially since most of the float is norm.
Crimson Protective Trinket is the one that works against wind.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Both
You're
of
right.
us were talking as if it was the Azure Trinket.
It's funny
Okay,
because
this makes a lot more sense.
I used to play Crimson Predictive Trinket too. It's such a great card. Okay, we'll get back on that. Not useful for this round. Great card though. I love it.
Yeah, makes a lot more sense. Again, given that the boogeyman of the format is a wind deck.
Multiple win decks.
Yeah, true. Well, here we go. We've got Edward at the bottom, our Fire Genbu player, and Neutral End up on top, playing Diana, Water Etherwing. What do you think we're going to be seeing out of these two players? Like, just kind of sight unseen, knowing what these decks can do. Who do you think has the advantage here?
Well, Edward might have the surprise factor here. That's always good in a card game. The other thing I'm wondering about is how much that changes Neutral's game plan, right? Um,
Mm.
Water Diana is a very straightforward deck, right? It's kind of an ally deck. You got Frostborn Paladin, Crestone Archer, but it's not really playing the mid-range game, I guess, like some other water allies. It's purely an aggro deck that tries to go face every round. So in Neutral's end ideal scenario, he's not really interacting with whatever his opponent is doing, right?
Yeah, the joke is that this is sort of a blue fire deck instead of the usual
Mhm.
red fire decks, and that's not inaccurate, right? Because it has the same kind of fire aggressive game plan that asks your opponent to interact with you rather than the usual water strategy of sitting back and interacting with your opponent.
So we see a floating memory being discarded. Gentle Respite going second, you're rarely getting that value off of it, especially against Diana that never plays anything on their turn one. And then we see Idle Fatestone.
Man, this card is such a banger. It has a way to built in kind of buff itself. And then once you get enough buff counters on it, it can flip and become a somewhat difficult to deal with boar, right? You have the choice of sort of flipping it whenever, but once you have at least 2 buff counters on it, it is at minimum a 2/4 with Steadfast, Taunt, Vigor, and Retort 2, which is just an incredible keyword salad.
It's a great stat line. If the paying two to try and put buff counters on it, it's great here when you're going second, being able to do it after you level up and then you put the remaining two down and you put maybe that first buff counter on it. It's a great position to be in. We'll see if that paying two every turn to try and flip it is worth it compared to maybe more proactive plays. But
Yeah, it's
a
interesting
big
because
enough
I
stat line.
think I think
You go
his
ahead,
deck
go
is
ahead.
pretty split between even and odd. You know, kind of the activated ability on the Idle Fate Stone asks you to look at the top card of your deck, and if the reserve cost is even, you get a buff counter. Otherwise, you transform it. So you don't have a lot of control over that unless you're stacking the top of your deck via glimpses or some other method. But the deck is pretty evenly split, I think, between even and odd. So he doesn't have a lot of consistency in terms of what he'll get if he activates it.
No, but he does have he got to look at 4 from Idle Fatestone, and then he's also playing 4 Idle Thoughts. So he has some ways of making sure he's hitting whatever he wants on top from there.
Important elements of consistency. Meanwhile, Neutral End is continuing with the usual game plan for Water Aetherwing Diana. The Aqua Mirage Whisper has come down as a result of going distant before playing the level 1 Diana. And here we are after having smacked Edward for 3 damage, allowing that Glimpse 4 plus the mill in order to put some extra floating memory into the yard.
And immediately using that floating memory for the Crystalline Archer. Like you said, it's a fire deck in disguise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, already 7 damage stacked up on poor Edward here. And a lot of card neutral effects for Neutral End. In addition to just the general power of getting effects off of your various ether charges before loading them up and then smacking your opponent with them. So it's looking pretty good. This is a very solid start for Neutral End.
So this is the moment of verity, I guess. Not that Idle Facestone is a usual play, but here you see the Fire Gwajia going, well, here's Gambu. And I did not see any reaction of surprise from Neutral End. So maybe he saw the deck last week after, obviously, if you're playing here every week, you saw that Edward went 4-0 with this list last week. So he's probably not that surprised. We'll just see if that changes anything about his game plan.
Yeah, I mean, Neutral End also he's here week in, week out. Neutral End knows his deck so well and is prepared to play against almost anything. And I think what you said about sort of the aggressive strategy of Diana is the driving factor here. Edward may be doing something non-standard. Edward may be doing something that Neutral End hasn't even seen before. But Neutral End's game plan is still ask questions rather than try to answer what Edward's threats are.
Definitely. And also, Gambu might be useful in some matchups, but here, Water Diana is a deck that really loves using its floating memory. And Gambu just gave it another one for free.
Yeah, all of that floating memory is definitely going to be useful. We have seen a couple of things come out of Edward's material deck that could really take advantage of it. Band of Burning Verdict is really an interesting one, since it requires 2 memory cost in order to materialize. So he is looking to build up a little bit of float and then try and get some of these more powerful materials out of the deck without paying too much of a cost.
We flipped the board here, and I'm not sure what we're trying to do with that, because for now it's a 0-2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately not doing a whole lot. Maybe it is intended as just a distraction. Like, it doesn't have taunt yet, but Neutral End might decide to take the little bit of time it takes in order to kill the boar rather than go straight for Edward's face. And maybe that's the concern.
Maybe he's trying to bluff that he's got a cremation ritual he wants to use in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could very well be. Now we're seeing the Fatestone of Revelations come down. This is Gwoja's answer to Baby Gray Slime, the Fatestone of Cake. Allowing you to reveal some Fatestones in order to draw a card into your memory? No, just draw a card.
Just draw a card.
Pretty good.
It's a great card. Oh, we do see the Young Beast Bonder, so we have the reason why we flipped the board.
Yeah, being able to manually put those extra counters on the board is a huge deal. Getting that extra control over the size of it and whether or not it has its abilities is absolutely incredible. The Vigor on the board now is turned on, so even though it's rested, it will be waking up in order to be able to taunt. And with Taunt and Steadfast and Retort 2, any attack is going to take 4 damage.
It still dies to the Crystalline Archer, but at the very least, it will kill it in retaliation.
Yeah, and that is a trade I think that Edward is happy to make, although he might have wanted to kill the Crystalline Archer ahead of time just to make sure that Neutral End couldn't get that extra advantage out of his floating memory. Crystalline Archer being a card draw on every attack is quite the ability.
Definitely, that card is kill on sight. You cannot let it stay on the board.
Neutral End doing the classic Diana play here, the Weaving Mana Stream as a source of floating memory in order to bring up the Ranger Strides, and the Weaving Mana Stream immediately loaded up into the Aetherwing as a result, is such a huge engine for Water Diana, being able to use all of this floating memory to get on enter card draw out of the materials, and then having that floating memory come back once you've loaded it up into an Aetherwing.
Flame Recall, also a card we don't see often. Cheaper here because we have the Beast Ally, so it costs 3 less. Also a line of text that's not used as often. But we do deal with a Cross on Archer. However, we only need one more Aether Charge for Diana to be able to kill the boar by herself.
That's true, as long as Diana doesn't mind that extra 4 damage crackback, Neutral End can definitely just go in that way. Man, I'm still stuck on Flame Wreath Call. Playing 2 reserve in order for that 3 damage, that's really solid. Even
It's
just
a
if you're
great
only killing one thing, it seems like a pretty strong card.
Even for 5, the card is playable. Also because it's a skill, so it dodges all those pesky spell shroud. I actually brought the card at Santa Akihabara in my Merlin list just to deal with Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, Cheshire Cat is such a pain to deal with. There's a lot of people, I think, brought in Flame Wreath Call out of the board in order to deal with Cheshire Cat. We also saw a fair amount of smokeouts in boards for people that did not want to have to think about that cat.
It also fairly well, it deals with Gambu. Whenever they switch the power and life, they end up with 3 life Gambu with Spell Shroud that just dies to Flame Recall. So that's an answer to that too.
What a powerful card. Took a little bit of time in order to clear something up, I think, but the action is now moving forward. What do you think we're going to see from Neutral End at this point? I mean, I'm expecting to see some more Ether Charges, right? I'm expecting to see some more damage out of Neutral End's hand.
There's currently, that's another Archer. That seems to be another Archer.
The Archer may be even better here.
Yeah, we have another
cashing in that
slow
memory for a card and then knocking out that boar. Yeah, this is I'm sure a trade that Neutral End is much happier to make rather than throwing his own life total at the boar.
Especially since that means the Aetherwing can go straight at face for how much are we looking at? 5, 6, 7 damage?
Looks like 7 damage, which means glimpsing for 8 once this connects. Of course, 7 damage on its own, pretty helpful. Edward now sitting at unclear if that's 14 or 14. Yep, 14
Yep,
out of the life total of 19. That's pretty close.
So
Edward does have level 2 and level 3 out of the board, so he's not necessarily out of the running yet.
With that Glimpsate, it's fairly easy to just find a languid Toad Troll and then Carpsong Coda for lethal.
Yeah, the usual play pattern for Carpsong Diana. As soon as he gets that Toad Troll, this is going to be it.
That is a Weaving Mana Stream, so no Frog. We are safe for one more turn.
Just building up that floating memory. So Neutral End will actually have a free Diana level 2 next turn, if that's the direction he decides to go. Meanwhile, we can see what Edward is planning to do in the face of this onslaught. Only 1 damage stacked up on Neutral End so far against the 14 damage counters on Edward's champion. He's kind of playing from behind here. What do you think Edward is looking for at this point? How does Edward dig himself out of this hole?
Very interesting question. That Quicksilver Grail, I think, has to be nullifying Lantern because we're scared of Carpsong Coda, right? And then you just need to find a way to deal with the board. What could we be playing here? I guess you're just trying to find your float and level up. We have Crystallized Destiny. That's a good answer. We do have the 2 Fate Stones even to make it cheaper. So we're not that scared of the Aetherwing itself because we can find an answer to that. And after we block 1 attack, the Aetherwing will finally go to banish. So we're mostly just trying to play the good game and get our value here. We're drawing a card.
Drawing a card is good. These Fate Stone of Revelation still very expensive to flip at the moment, since it's effectively 6 with efficiency. So 5 at the moment on level 1. Not a
We
lot
also
of defense on the board, although
no,
not a
but
lot
we
of
have
defense on the board generally in this deck.
we have Lava Plume Fatestone. We revealed 2 from those Fatestones of Revelation, and those can deal with any ally that try and come in.
That's true. The fast activation on Lava Plume Fatestone is going to be really, really helpful if he needs to deal with either a Crystalline Archer or a Frostborn Paladin, which are generally the ally-based threats from neutral end. Neutral end, of course, using both of those Weaving Mana Streams to go to level 2, going to load up an enormous attack on this Ether Wing here. And Edward had better hope he has that Crystallized Destiny handy, because otherwise I don't see a way out of this.
Yep, that seems to be the only thing in his deck. Yeah, even the Fated Keepsake is not enough because at 14, taking 6 damage is still enough to kill you.
Yeah, and this is such a big hit. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think he's distant. So this is still, but this is still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage, even
Then,
without being
yeah,
distant.
it's 6 damage.
Yeah,
6
those
is
Weaving
also
Mana Streams coming in so quickly. It's really, really threatening.
6 is actually the perfect damage because that means you don't get the extra tax from the Crystallized Destiny says if you take 7 or more damage, well, if you prevent 7 or more damage, your opponent's card costs 2 more to activate this turn.
Edward putting cards down, so either we're digging or we're destinying.
We are destinying.
There it is. Ah, that's so strong. This was a huge hit
Oh,
from neutral
charge
end.
the soul. Charge the soul to pop the spell shield.
Oh, so good. This is a play pattern that I'm sure Neutral End has seen time after time
Oh,
after time,
definitely.
right? Always going to have that backup of 1 damage in order to break the shield so that the Crystallized Destiny only prevents the 1 instead of preventing the 6. And that is, yeah, this is something that I have seen from this deck numerous times, and definitely something that Neutral End was aware of and had in his pocket deliberately.
So we saw there was the Nullifying Lantern under that Quicksilver Grail, like I said, but there was possibly an out to this instead. Safeguard Amulet could have been put under the Quicksilver Grail to negate that Charge the Soul.
Oh, that's true. And then he wouldn't have had to. That would have been really interesting. Not quite as good against the Carp Song, but good enough in that situation. Yeah, Safeguard might have done the trick.
Yeah, because we didn't see the Toad being milled, that might have been the better play. Because even if you do find a Carp Song line, you still only take 2 damage from that Carp Song, right? You Safeguard still blocks 4 damage from the Carp Song coda, so it's not the worst play possible. So maybe Safeguard would have been the right play to do here.
So, what do you think Edward is going to be bringing in from his board? Are we going to see the Poisonous Apple come out?
Oh, we're definitely seeing the Poisonous Apple because it's. Let me check the wording, but it's whenever floating leaves the graveyard, right?
Whenever Floating Memory is banished from your graveyard, which I
It's
think counts the
banished.
Weaving Mana Stream. Because I
Yeah,
think
that's
it
what I
gets
was thinking
banished
about.
and then gets tucked under the Aether Wing afterwards.
Weaving Mana Stream says yes, it is banished and then is loaded. So yeah, Poisonous Apple is the perfect answer to Weaving Mana Stream.
Yeah, that's going to be so much extra damage.
It's not an answer, but it's so punishing.
Yeah. And I think Edward is going to be looking for these additional sources of damage. Unfortunately, none of the other cards in his deck really mitigate the damage that is coming into him from this aggressive Aetherwing deck. Fiery
No.
Interference deals with recovery, which is not something that he's up against. Overlapping Visage is great against something like Seryu, or maybe an opposing Genbu or something like that. Expel the Departed, obviously good against Phantasias. Blanche, fantastic against non-attack damage. But none of these things really interact with the Aetherwing or with the kinds of allies that Neutral End has been throwing at Edward.
Yeah, you definitely just want to land a good eye early. Craggy Fatestone is always very good, but essentially you have to outrace him, right? You play big ally, try to either control the board or just rush yourself. And the Lava Plume Fatestone that we mentioned earlier is not only good for clearing paladins before their on enter resolves. It can also go face. It's unpreventable damage. You have a lot of Fatestone, so it can go face for a lot of damage that maybe neutral end would not be expecting. So that's probably the biggest out that his deck has.
And starting off with that gentle respite, trying to build some influence, get that floating memory going, and hoping to find, I think, better answers than he did in the previous game. Based on what we saw in game one, Edward, even going first, is probably on the back foot here. Probably needs to build up enough defenses to survive Neutral End's attacks before he can really get his own game plan online.
I find it so funny how Gentle has come back into the meta. Of course, the rule change helped it a bit, because you can now play it turn 1 when your opponent has 7 cards in hand. But also, it's the fact that a lot of other cards that would counter it have gone away. Like, even just Fast Cure is not played anymore. Because if you have 7 cards in hand, you Fast Cure, and you no longer have more cards in hand for them, for the Gentle Risk player. So just the fact that those cards went away, the Fast Cure being much less good in a Sensor and Durable and all those Graveyard Answer meta, means that Gentle is now playable.
Yeah, honestly, it almost speaks to a bit of a slowing down of the meta, even if, decks are still hitting as hard, moving as fast. Gentle Respite on turn 1 feels like a slower way to build up your resources than something like a Creative Shock. But still just as effective.
Yeah, we're dropping the Lava Plume Fatestone for 1.
Hey, this is interesting. I wonder if this is
It's
just a way to sort of get started, right?
I think it's purely for the allies. I think we'll just flip it here.
That makes a lot of sense as well. The cheetah on the other side of the Lava Plume. No, this is Tasty Messenger, isn't it? Yes, the Phoenix. Yeah. Tasty Messenger. I love this card. Is that going to be... So, where did the damage go from the Lava Plume? Did it go into the Toad Troll? Or...
It went face. Neutral Land is a 1.
Okay, yeah. So that Toad Troll is probably going to live to fight another day. Edward, I think, is in a position where he almost doesn't want to kill the Toad Troll, right? Just to make sure that it's not in the graveyard for Neutral End to activate his Carpstone Codas off of.
Definitely, but you'll need to at some point.
Yeah.
At least you're running main board Nullifying Lantern, so you know you're kind of safe.
Yeah, I think the Nullifying Lantern is definitely an interesting card here. And I think useful for kind of that one trick, but it's not quite as powerful a tool against Neutral End as it is against like some of the Fire Aggro decks, for example, that rely on Kindle or other similar abilities.
Yeah, it's definitely an answer to a single card in Neutral End's deck. But also, at the same time, Neutral End is not actually running Unbroken Mustang. So if the Lantern hits the board, there's no answers to it.
Yeah, and that turns off fully half of Neutral End's game plan, right? Like, well, maybe a third, if you think about the allies versus the Ether Wings and the Carpstone Codas. The Carpstone Coda is usually a little bit of extra reach at the end. Not that he needed it in the previous game. Of course, now we see the, as usual, the very typical sort of play pattern here for Diana. We have the Ether Wing, we have the Distant Enabler in order to bring out the Ether Wing on materialization for level 1, and the quick shot here, only 1 Ether Charge knocked, but that is some quick 3 damage and Glimpse 4 to really get the engine started. And this initial glimpse is very important for kind of setting up for your next big attack.
Definitely. I think if we see a mill from that Taco Mirage, we might see the Poison Sapple come out of Edward's deck. It's a very different game, though, because that Aetherwing did not go face. It went at the Lava Plume Fatestone.
Yeah, Neutral End really didn't want Edward to start building up any kind of card advantage here. Neutral End actually being very careful to clear the board rather than going face. Maybe Neutral End just doesn't trust that his hand is as aggressive this game as it was in the previous game.
It's also, I think, you saw that your opponent is playing mostly an ally list, right? The Fatestone are delayed allies, but still allies. So if you can keep the board clear, that Toad Troll will be doing a lot of work.
That's true. I mean, we don't know how much Neutral End knows about Edward's list, and seeing all of those Fatestones in the previous game definitely indicates a more board-centric approach. So if you keep, like you said, if you keep that board clear, then what's Edward going to do? I mean, we do have some answers to that. We know what Edward is going to do. We have intensified fires. We have some extra damage that can come down. A lava plume Fate Stone could potentially hit for 4 or 5 out of the hand immediately with fast activation. So it's not like there's no way for Edward to close out the game without having that board presence. But the board presence would definitely make it a lot easier.
It slows it down a lot, and it's just if you put so much effort into clearing the Totrol, that means you're not dealing with that paladin on board that's also very threatening. You're not dealing with archers you might be drawing very soon. You're not dealing with is the list on Cheshire Cat? The list is not on Cheshire Cat. You're not dealing with Mad Hatter, say.
Yeah, and all of Neutral End's allies are either really beefy or really threatening, right? The Toad Troll on the board with that 6 health is going to be a pain to get through. And until the Toad Troll's gone, the Paladin is a little bit extra protected here, which is another source of 3 damage every turn. Neutral End really does look like he's in a commanding position right now.
Yeah, the one thing that Edward is hoping for probably is if we find a pelagic fate stone off of those mill, we start milling much faster, twice as fast, 3 times as fast as we find more than one, because pelagic fate stone on its ally side is essentially a fractal Lorraine. So if we can get to that Gambu faster, we can just completely wall out neutral land.
Seeing an extra Ether Wing come down from neutral end, this is an interesting materialize. I guess not enough float in order to go for the Ranger Strides. But this is kind of a backup to the Aqua Mirage Whisper, right? Something that can't be hit with Spell Shroud, or with a spell because of the Spell Shroud. And just an extra source of attacks, assuming the Whisper doesn't close the game out on its own.
Yeah, it's a good backup. Maybe we're scared of whatever hitting our Aquamarine Whisper. We don't actually have to. The main Regalia answer in Edward's deck is also the Fate Stone Matters Shatter the Brittle, but that card is a spell, so cannot target the Aquamarine Whisper.
Right, absolutely. And honestly, it almost feels like this materialize doesn't matter from neutral end. Like if you look at this board, the Crystalline Archer, the
with that
Phosphor
board, you can
Paladin.
materialize. You could skip materialize and probably still be.
Yeah, you'd probably be all right. This is a very, very difficult position for Edward to come back out of. I'm not sure what he's going to do here, but he has 9 health remaining and is staring down 7 damage worth of allies and an Aqua Mirage Whisper and a full grip from neutral end. This is looking scary.
What are we getting under this Quicksilver Grail, do you think?
Oh geez, I can't even begin to imagine. It feels like he has so few answers right now. I guess it could be the Fated Keepsake, or
I don't think that does much.
yeah,
Right?
I don't think it
Like,
does
we
much
still
either. I don't
lose
think
to all the
anything does much
allies.
here. It's a little late for the Poisonous Apple at this point. It could be Smoke Bombs for a card. Not a lot of options, I think. It's
Could be
probably
it.
still just the Nullifying Lantern, though.
Oh, okay, so Fate Stone at fast speed and recollection, and then flip it with all the cards we have left in hand. We did 1 damage to Paladin, so we're probably aiming for Flame Recall? Yeah,
Flame Recall would knock out the 2 remaining threats here. And by flipping the bird, you get it for cheaper.
The bird we have a beast, so the Flame Recall is cheaper. So that's dealing with a lot of damage. It's not a bad position to be at, actually. That's a great way to come back.
Yeah, and this does deal with all of the damage on neutral end's board, which is a great start. Then he just needs to make sure that he doesn't take too much damage from the Etherwing.
Yeah. We also have 2 liminal guides for if we level up next turn.
Wow, yeah, that has a lot of potential. I think Edward is going to be gunning for that level up. I think the level up is going to be really important to his game plan, honestly, because he doesn't have a lot of options for dealing with the damage that's already stacked up on his champion. So if he wants extra health, he's going to have to level up in order to give himself that extra buffer. And of course, the higher levels of Goja, you can get that recover off of Goja level 3. So that might be what he's aiming for here.
He might even go for the quest counters instead of the card draw just to try and get to the Gambu and maybe actually get some value off of it.
Yep, absolutely. You know, if he flips that Genbu, a 3/9 Taunter's not that easy to deal with. You can stack up a bunch of Ether Charges, you know. Neutral End is definitely in a position to be able to do 9 with one swing, but that does represent a pretty hefty investment on Neutral End's part. And Edward is definitely looking to stave off that damage as long as possible.
Playing a Weaving Mana Stream, getting the boots, putting a Mana Stream back into the Aether Wing.
Yep. What a man, this deck moves like a well-oiled machine, getting that extra distant for a little bit of extra damage, turning the floating memory into an extra card, loading up the Weaving Mana Stream so you can shoot it and do it all again in a future turn. Just feels so smooth.
We're already at 8 damage, so we're essentially threatening lethal here, right? I can't imagine that there's no Aether charges in neutral land's
No,
hand.
yeah, I'm sure Neutral End has a little bit more power here if he wants it. He might also be holding back just to see kind of how Edward responds to the swing. If we see another Crystallized Destiny, then Neutral End is going to have that charge the shot ready to go. But a lot of it is going to depend on what Edward has.
Yeah, we'll see right there. And maybe he does have the crystallize, and he did put Sacred Amulet this time.
That would be pretty impressive.
Oh, we're popping.
Oh, okay, so we're gonna see what's under the Grail. Smoke bombs.
Bomb.
Yep,
Interesting.
just
So
looking
we
for that
are
extra
just
card.
digging for something. So no crystallize in hand, probably, and we're just digging for it and hoping we survive.
Yep. I mean, this is the moment of truth, right? At this point, it's do or die. Neutral End looks like he has a response to the smoke bombs, which
That is, what card is that? I don't
is this
see it
something out
all
of the
that
board
well.
for him? Drown in Ether, I think. Yep.
Oh, yes, that is Johnny Neither.
Ooh, so hitting the smoke bomb on his own ally means that Drown
Oh,
in Ether
yeah.
is there in order to kill the ally in response, preventing the card draw off of the smoke bomb.
That's also
Oh,
definitely a misplay. We could have aimed the smoke bomb at the Toad Troll just to make it a little bit safer. There's
yeah,
some
and
idea in trying to protect your own ally, but here you definitely needed the card draw, and it wasn't enough.
mhm. Yeah, this is another one of those plays that's like once you see this happen, you will never make that mistake again. But most players need to make that mistake at least once before they're aware that that interaction can happen. Because it's kind of niche, but once you've seen it happen, you are hyper aware of it for the rest of your career.
Oh yeah, definitely. And yeah, we
Uh,
we hyped up the Fire Gambu here a lot, but unfortunately, a swift defeat for it here. Not the best
yeah.
matchup.
Yeah, and the thing about I personally am a big believer in deck philosophy. And what I mean by that is fire decks tend to do fire things. They tend to be aggressive, they tend to ask their opponent questions, and if their opponent doesn't have answers to those questions, that's how fire decks win the game. By being aggressive, by having presence, by sort of initiating the conversation. And Edward's deck was not in the best position to be aggressive here. It's more, I'm not going to say it's a more reactive deck, but it is a more tempo kind of ally focused deck. And
Definitely.
that is a little bit at odds with where Fire's strengths are.
Yeah,
And
I get running it as fire because there's some pieces that you absolutely love, like that lava plume fate stone is a great reason to play the fate stone package in fire. It's a very good card on both sides.
mhm.
It just was not enough. It's not the right kind of tools that you needed in this matchup.
Absolutely. Which is not to say that the deck doesn't have defensive tools, which is again kind of a maybe a philosophical difference in how decks like this should be constructed. But it does have the defensive tools, right? Between the
Mhm.
Idle Fate Stone and the taunts on the boar and Crystallized Destiny and all of like the Flame Wreath Call in order to deal with the opposing ally board. So it's definitely in a position to potentially defend itself, even from the deck like Water Aetherwing, even from Diana. But definitely didn't pan out in that game too. Game one, I think, was a little bit closer. There was a little bit more back and forth, but
Yeah,
in the end, Diana just had the advantage.
and we also didn't see exactly what the deck wanted to do, right? The deck is kind of built around this value engine of like we never leveled up, so we didn't get the card draw from the normal guide. We never saw a pelagic fate stone, so we never had the float to level up to get the value from the normal guide. So
Yep.
maybe it was just unlucky. Maybe that's kind of a problem in the deck, right? Maybe if the deck needs the high roll to be really good, maybe you need to change something about it. Obviously, I haven't played the deck enough. It's the first time
Right.
I see the deck go. But looking at it, and there's a lot of decks that aim to high roll, right? Even Water Diana in some versions of the list try to
Yeah,
high
totally.
roll to win the game.
Yeah.
Gambu is famously known for high rolling people. A bit less so since Icebound Slam has been banned, but still.
Mhm. Yeah, and facing against a really aggressive deck like this Aetherwing deck is always going to be either a poor showing or kind of a close game, right? Just sort of the nature of the beast when you're playing against aggro. So the fact that he didn't ever get his engine going kind of meant he was maybe a little bit on the back foot. The other half of the deck presumably is sort of the more defensive cards in addition to the engine cards. So he might have had the tools to deal with it, but even if he deals with it for a little bit, if he doesn't ever get his engine going, what's he going to do afterwards? Right? No sources of additional card draw, never getting the liminals going. Like you said, never getting the pelagic fate stone going. That's a really rough position for a deck that does seem to be sort of not value focused, but engine focused at least.
Yeah,
Getting those initial gears turning in order to turn that into an advantage in the mid game.
Another thing that I want to point out, now that we saw the power of Aetherwing Diana, I feel like, well, I mentioned last round how every deck nowadays basically needs to think really hard while deck building and see if they have an answer to Cheshire Cat because that card is so good. I think honestly, every deck nowadays should, unless you're much faster than Aetherwing Diana, and that's very few decks in the meta. It's like Wind Wake Up, maybe Fire Aggro if you're really good. Every deck needs to have an answer to Aquamirage Whisper or any other wing with Spell Shroud. So most of the time that means Unbroken Mustang. I feel like
Yep.
a lot of people are not running enough Unbroken Mustangs in their lists. But you need an answer in some way to that weapon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Fire's answer is usually reduced to Ash, but of course, the spell shroud on the Ether Wings is such a big deal. So, like asking a Fire deck to run both reduced to Ash and Unbroken Mustang is a little unrealistic. But I've definitely seen, Genbu players main decking both Fracturize and the Mustang. Water, especially, I think, is more willing to run a Mustang than maybe some of the other decks.
Yeah,
But
water does not have the choice because it needs an answer to a Fracturized Lantern. So that's why Gambu especially is running both Fracturize and the Mustang. But some other decks can use it. I know it has become popular for especially Merlin lists to run Varric Acolyte instead.
Mhm.
It does the same thing, but since you get to level 3 so easy, it's a 3-1 ally.
Right.
Sometimes much better than the 1-2 of the Mustang.
Yeah, Varukan Acolyte. I've been playing a little bit of Horse and Taxes, and Varukan Acolyte sits very very well in that deck. Kind of the same philosophy. If you're going to be level 3, you might as well play something that hits a little bit harder than a 1/2.
It's funny because I play a lot of Luxem nowadays, and I actually still run the Mustang over the Acolyte because I value getting that lineage release much early. So even though it's probably better
Mhm.
in the deck, I feel it's much safer to play the Mustang than the Acolyte, even though it would be so good.
Yep. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think it's there's sort of a value proposition there. Like, do you value the norm or do you value the damage? Or is your deck fast enough to take advantage of Varukan Acolyte in the way that getting that extra damage at level 3 will help you? Or I mean, there's a couple of different factors that going in. But I fully agree with you that having some source of kill for those
Yeah.
regalia is very, very important in the modern meta.
Plus, with the Topsy Decree being such a good card in the current meta, having more Norm is actually an upside.
It's also true. Yeah, that's fair. Topsy Decree's really done a number on things. I feels like with PTM, no decks really got a lot better,
Mhm.
but a lot of decks got a lot more interaction with the rise of Thurible, with the rise of Topsy Decree. Suddenly more decks have answers or have the availability for answers than they did before, without any deck really looking more powerful, more punchy, more aggressive than it was in DTR.
What's your opinion on Topsy Decree? It just got added to category 1 on the ban list. Do you think
Uh-huh.
that card is too powerful, or I'm curious to hear your opinion?
It's interesting because I think it is. I don't think it's too powerful. I will say this. I don't think it's too powerful. I think it is maybe more powerful than anything that Norm has gotten thus far, and may indicate kind of a sea change in philosophy for the direction that Weebs wants Norm to go in Grand Archive. So as sort of the spear leading the charge, I think it's going to catch a lot of flack, but I fully suspect that as the power level of Norm generally increases, which I'm kind of expecting it to do in RDO, I think Topsy will look like it's flexible, but not necessarily overly powerful for the effects that you're getting. That's my
I
suspicion.
will agree on you that top C is probably not a ban requirement. I don't think it's too strong. I'm also very much to the point that a big let's talk game design philosophy a bit here, and I'm a little biased in this because I'm a control player, but I still think overall it's a legit point. Um, the thing about answers in card games is that the answer has to be better than the threats. Otherwise, why are you playing the answer, right? There's the opportunity cost of an answer that, well, it's only good if you have it, right? The threat is always good. The answer is only relevant if you have it to answer the threat. So cards like Topsy should be better than the cards they're meant to counter. They need to, otherwise, why would you play it when you could just play the good card instead?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think with Topsy, a lot of the complaints come from the fact that it is so flexible that whenever situation you're in, Topsy is an answer, which is maybe more powerful than any one answer needs to be. Um, but
I
we,
think
we
it's
have had some feedback from Weebs saying that the the goal for Topsy is to be flexible at a
yeah,
cost, but we just haven't seen the cards that it is less flexible than yet,
yeah, exactly. Obviously,
or
we'll
more
get more
flexible than
cards in
yet.
the future, and that's part of the thing, right? We're just lacking in good answers right now. So every element does not really have something that does the job of Topsy. Kind of in like spell shields here and there, maybe, but they're not exactly the same point. So really, the only good point of comparison we have is like Coronation Ceremony,
Right.
which is kind of a side grade. I can see some very specific decks wanting to play it over Topsy, but not really. So it's really just like you said, a lack of comparison. Maybe once we get good answers in other cards, in other elements, Topsy will fall out of favor. Maybe.
Yeah, and honestly, if Topsy is going to be the level of answer that they're going to be printing in the future, if Norm is going to get this level of answer, I think that means that decks are just going to have to retool themselves, right? Decks
Yeah,
that are
definitely.
trying to be aggressive are going to have to figure out a way around these kinds of answers, be more resilient in the face of cards like Topsy Decree, whatever those cards end up being.
Yeah. It's also definitely a thing that a lot of level 3 decks in the recent past, have just been super greedy, right? They're running their own game plan and trying to do that game plan as efficiently as they can and not really caring about possible answers just because they can be better than them. So now that we have actual good answers, they definitely need to change how they think and how they build themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot turbo on level 3 and have your strategy be that fragile to one card. There's just no way to turn that into a workable game plan.
Yeah, when you're running a tight value proposition that you need to get to level 3 and keep enough cards, if you get like -3 because of Topsy, because they banish 2 float and make you discard a card from your hand, it's very hard to recover. So just
Yeah.
don't play as greedy and maybe you'll win.
That's also true, you know, if in addition to maybe having decks that are more resilient, just changing your play style to
Mhm.
not get blown out by probably the best answer in the format that almost everybody is running, you know? People just need to pay attention to the
Yeah.
kinds of cards that are available. And you know, in some cases just changing your play style will make a world of difference.
Mhm.
I am really curious to see what cards they intend on printing that are going to kind of show up Topsy in terms of power level,
Mhm.
though.
Mhm.
Like that is a really fascinating statement out of Weebs.
They just need to be interesting enough to play, right? And either it's that same proposition about Topsy a bit. It's either they need to be versatile enough that you can play them anyway, or powerful enough that they're worth being too specialized. Because again, that same answer having the opportunity cost to it. So they can be very, very strong, or they can be just versatile enough. Like Top Seed is also a decree, right? It's in the same cycle. All the past decrees are very good cards that have been played
Absolutely.
in most decks
Cerulean, I
per
think, is the
element.
one that comes to mind as sort of the poster child, but all of them are amazing.
All of them are good. So if we get more cards in that style, I think that's healthy for the game, and I'm excited to see more of those.
Yeah, I'm always excited to see the way that the meta evolves around the cards that people are proclaiming to be problems. Like I believed this during the Ryle meta as well. Maybe I was kind of in the minority on that one. But I'm more a fan of seeing how decks change based on the cards that are sort of meta warping than wanting those meta warping cards to be gone so that the meta could go back to what it was. I always want to see the way forward.
And a lot of cards that we've heard that we've heard like talks about are cards that just don't have those answers available, right? The card is not problematic by itself. The environment is. Like we've seen people complaining about Ablation recently. It did not actually put as much results as we've been expecting, but still there's lots of complaints about the card, in part from me. And part of that is that there is no real good answer to it, right? Especially with Fur Awakening also being printed. No, they printed a floating memory answer to basically every champion mechanic except for Omen, right? There's Exorcise
Mhm,
Curses. There's Seal
mhm.
the Past that can deal with preserve cards for coming that no one has ever played, but the card exists.
Sure, sure.
Another rating
It's
mantra for wither counters,
mhm.
but there's no like generic card that says like remove an Omen counter from a card and banish.
It's so interesting that you're talking about Oblation and people pointing to Oblation as potentially a scary deck in the format. So one of my side projects is I do a meta-analysis podcast called the Korhazi Outlook, and I've been running the numbers on Ascent London and kind of some of the details. The Oblation list had like a 35% win rate for the event. It was an absolute dumpster
Yeah.
fire for Oblation. So it is definitely not the scariest deck in the format, despite having one of the scarier cards that are available in the format.
That's partly a very good meta calling people. It's partly that Seiryu is also a very scary deck.
Yeah, that's very true.
But yeah,
Yeah, there's a
it's
lot of really powerful decks out there right now.
Ablation is very strong into some decks, not so much into other. Obviously, it can be outraced, but there's the fact that some decks just don't have an answer to it, right?
That's true. I think any deck that has, you know, sort of an ally-based approach to the game is going to really struggle against an Oblation list, which is um, kind of the same level of struggle that Oblation has into Seiryu.
Yeah,
So it's not that rock paper scissors does not actually work out super well for Oblation right now, given the state of the meta.
yeah, it does not because Siri is also a problem for a lot of allies list.
Hmm. Yeah, allies lists are really struggling, which makes
Yeah,
Wind Allies being in the top 8 of London that much weirder. But man, what an event!
yeah. Still a very very interesting meta right now. I'm excited to see how the next set release will shape up. Do you have
Oh
a
yeah.
card in an Ambi altar that really caught your eyes before we talk about RDO because that's like a couple of months away?
So I remember looking through the cards in Ambi Altar, and nothing really stood out as something that I was excited to try and play with. It seems like sort of my impression from talking to other people is that AMB Altar included a few cards that slightly improved strategies that exist and aren't doing well,
Yeah.
rather than bringing in anything that you can kind of build around to be the focus of a new deck, or rather than improving decks that are currently around but maybe in that mid tier. So for the most part, what Ambi Alter is doing is a very slight buff to decks that nobody's playing.
Yeah. Are you not excited to see some allies build with Jin instead of the Exia versions?
Oh, I am thrilled. I'm always thrilled to see what people are going to do with the new cards, but Wind Allies Jin is not a deck that excites me personally. I'm willing to be, you know, I'm willing to be I'm willing to have that discussion with people, right? I'm willing to be persuaded. You know, show me what your sauce is. But it's not something that I'm excited to build, that I'm excited to brew for.
All right. And then what about RDO from the cards we've seen yet? Anything that caught your eyes?
Slimes! There's gonna be slimes.
There is
I don't
going to
know.
be slimes.
I think RDO is, it really sounds like Weebs is trying to support everybody with RDO.
Yeah.
So whatever your pet deck is, hopefully it'll get some kind of buff, some kind of at least a side grade to make the game pattern more interesting. I don't know, the one slime card that's been leaked so far, I don't think that changes how well Slimes is gonna do
I don't
in
think it does
competitive
either.
play. Like, I don't think that's gonna change much in terms of, like, how many Fire Slimes or Norm Slimes lists we see at an Ascent or at a Regionals or at a Nationals. But I am excited to see what else they're doing to support some of these decks that maybe don't get as much play, because it does sound like everything is gonna get some support, and that's great. That's just fantastic.
I have a local that's very, very excited about the prospect of making a 7/7 potion on turn 2.
Sure. Yeah, I that one's really interesting. Because it requires the potion to rest in order to turn it
It
into
does
an
rest
ally,
the potion,
right?
yeah.
So if you play a 7/7, it comes in rested. You wake it up, you rest it again to turn it into an ally, and then it's 2 turns later, 3 turns later before you can actually attack with it. That seems slow. On the other hand, it's a 7/7. What is your
Yeah.
opponent going to do against it?
Dream Fairy is the real answer, but
Dream Fairy is always the answer. There's a reason that card's in Cat 1. But yeah, I think RDO is doing, like, already, just from we've seen,
Mhm.
it's the kind of set that I am hype about.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at, is without even knowing any specifics beyond what we've gotten already, I think I am hyped for the release of it.
yeah, definitely very excited. Especially since we know the number balance of the set means there'll be a lot more advanced element cards. So hopefully more deck variety there, because advanced elements are a really good, cool part of the game. But most
Absolutely.
advanced elements deck tend to run the same couple of cards, right? There's no real variety in those lists. Like even for a specific champion, there might be a lot of variety in deck list. But if they're playing advanced element, they're not branching out to all those cool cards in the elements. They're playing the very focused package. So hopefully RDO will change that and give some new tools to make deck list a bit more varied.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I feel like level 3 lists are always kind of a struggle,
Mhm.
especially, you know, kind of going into the PTM meta with Topsy around, with Thurible around.
Yeah.
Trying to get to level 3 at any kind of speed is a difficult proposition right now, which means you're very limited in terms of how many slots you can dedicate to those advanced element cards, because it's going to take so long before advanced element cards are even playable, even if your focus is going to level 3, just because you have to deal with all of these threats, all of these other ways to slow down your leveling process. So going into RDO, I think I'm definitely excited to see if there's any way to make these level 3 decks more resilient, any way to give these level 3 decks not more punch necessarily, but a little bit more staying power into the answers that currently exist.
Well, the angel that's already been spoiled is really exciting to me. The
Mm.
better library witch with the advanced element imbue.
Yep, that seems strong.
That's a very strong card, and that's part of the deck building around top C degree, right? Some lists, including the deluxe end that I've been playing, just removed a lot of float and just put more other card neutral plays in instead, and that's a good answer to top C degree. So that
That's
that
true.
fits right in.
Yeah, if you have card neutral, if you have ways to plus on your influence, that's probably better for you than floating memory, given that floating memory is kind of a weak point right now with all of the different ways to interact with a graveyard. Luxem, I think, is a really interesting example of that because even in Assassin Luxem, even with Xander, you still have access to the Incandescent Reliquary, right?
You do
I
have
believe
access
it
to
just
it.
gets cheaper on Tamer bonus, right?
It gets cheaper on Tamer bonus, yes.
So you definitely have a way to kind of build yourself back up, in addition to all the ways that Xander already has between Gleaming Cuts and Uncover the Plans and whatever.
I've not seen a lot of the Xander player running Reliquary though.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. But it's the kind of thing where if your strategy is to go low on influence in order to get to level 3 as soon as you can, it seems like an automatic include.
Definitely. So yeah, hopefully we'll see a lot more variety in that. Um, what else has been spoiled that's been very interesting? Any other card catch your eye?
I'm trying to remember. I don't recall a whole bunch of the RDO spoilers that
Not
I've seen
big.
so far.
There's the
The
big golem. That's a funny build around. I'm not sure it's going to shake up the meta, but it's a very fun
yeah,
card.
yeah.
Well, obviously we haven't seen. Well, we've seen one of them yet, but the ultimate cards for all the champion will probably fit that idea of funny build around to make different advanced element decks. Very excited to see what those are about. They probably won't all be good. We can hope, but they probably won't be.
I'm expecting none of them to be game breaking. I'm expecting none of them to be the focus of any tier 1 decks going forward, but I am expecting all of them to be interesting to build around. That is my expectation. We might
Maybe
see
not.
some of them break into like tier 2, tier 1.5 decks,
Maybe.
but I think for the most part, the ultimates are going to be kind of more fun for casual play than they
Mhm,
are for
mhm.
competitive play.
If the one that's already been spoiled, the Zhao Chan one that
Mhm.
deals damage whenever you create a flower bud, is any indication, they all seem to be a reasonable power level. Honestly, I'm surprised that that card looks as good as it is. It's very expensive, obviously, but at least it's worth the cost, right?
It does seem like it. Tara Diao-Chan has always struggled with any kind of ways to deal with their opponent. You know, you have kind of a big season's end the moment you get to level 3, and then what? So
Yeah.
I feel like an ultimate that answers that question is exactly what Tara Diao-Chan needs, even if it's not necessarily going to be the most powerful card in the deck.
At the very least, fellow Canadian player Yoitsu is very excited about that card.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, there is a lot of champion diehards out there. You know, I think for any champion, I can name someone in my local meta who would be very, very excited to see that champion's ultimate.
There's also we know there's another 15 cost card coming, so we'll have the very eternal question. It's like the old Merlin question of what random off element float do you put in your list just for prismatic edge? Now the what random 15 card cost do you put in for your ablation list?
Yeah, and printing another 15 cost card is a stealth buff to ablation. You heard it here first.
Maybe they run 8 15 costs. It's a big
My guess is 6 actually. My guess is 6.
six would be a good number probably. You know, you need to hit that reliability of finding the card and putting it into your graveyard, but you can't just have a deck full of duds, right?
Yeah, it's
That's
very
not
true.
how good deck building works.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm
yeah,
also hoping to see more ways to interact with your own hand out of
mhm.
RDO. So more ways to kind of sculpt your hand, not necessarily glimpsing, but like putting cards. There's a
Yeah.
one card that exists right now that allows you to put cards from your hand back on top of your deck. Unfortunately,
Mhm.
the rate on it is terrible, so nobody plays
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
But more cards like that, more cards in the same vein as Creative Shock, maybe not as good as Creative
Mhm.
Shock,
Mhm.
but in the same vein to kind of allow you sort of that extra hand manipulation. I'm always looking for ways to enable more engines, so I want to be able to figure out what's on top of my deck, figure out what's in my graveyard, and be able to put cards there with deliberacy.
Yeah, that's also a bit going in a similar vein as what we talked about Tufsy Decree. Creative Shock is a good example, not of an answer, but still a card that is not too strong by itself. It's just that it's really the only card that does that, so it creates a big disparity, right? If other elements had similar ways of doing something like that, no one would look at Creative Shock in any way.
Yeah, I mean, Creative Shock is still a pretty powerful card, but you're right, as the only card that has that kind of effect, it's definitely something that you're never going to run without.
Mhm. So we have about 7, 8 minutes left in the round. We'll take a short break. We encourage everyone to, stretch out a bit, grab some water, and we'll be right back with the round 3.
Yep. See you then.
Hello again. I'm back with NEETfull here just before round 3. We're still looking, trying to find the best matchup for you guys. It will be fun for sure.
Yeah, we got
Meanwhile,
some really exciting lists that are that up here. Some that we've seen before, some that are you've probably seen the deck do some things before, but played a little bit differently. But yeah, we've got some spice that's been cooking
see,
during this
that,
event. So
that's the problem with your thinking right there. The best decks are the decks that do nothing. That's what I like to play. You play Kanye, you play Luxem. The deck does nothing, and that's the good.
as a caster, I like the deck to do at least something. So usually makes for a little bit more exciting commentary, to be perfectly honest. But no, I will say, watching last game, there was there was some absolute crazy uh plays that I saw. I was really rooting for Fire Gimbu. I think that list is really really cool, but unfortunately it reminds me of how powerful Water Diana is now. That deck just it hurts so badly if you can't
Oh,
deal with that bow.
it's a super strong deck, yeah. And that's
It
why,
feels
as I was saying to Jim just last round, run your own broken Mustangs. You need them. You won't regret running them.
yeah, I
Ooh, very interesting mashup we got.
ooh, we got the list now. We got them
We
up.
have the list. So we have a Fire and Yell, not Ablation, just like big Walinku, just big attacks, get your Umbra value. You're a big Guardian, you have 30 alt, you just use that to get value and bully the opponent. And on the other side of the table, well, of the webcam, we have another Fire Seal. Not level 3 though, it's level 1 aggro.
Yeah, these weirdly enough, is I actually know I know the list on the other side. I know the Fire Aggro level 1 CL. It is a list that we kind of saw kind of sneak under the radar in a couple events. It is essentially taking the idea of the old Fire Xander, where we would essentially go for those kind of the early game, ping a little bit of damage, and then go for the closeout with something like Rending Flames, or just to just kind of like that last big hit that we saw. But the trade off here is because we're going CL, we are able to utilize a couple of different pieces. And the biggest thing is we can utilize, for one, we can actually hit them with where's the name of the card? Inverted Pyro Slash is kind of a
Mhm.
finisher. Think about this as almost like what we saw Xander doing, but with kind of just the kickback of just saying, I'll take 5, you take 5, or you take 6 with a really big hit. And of course, we have a couple of other big hits with Blazing Charge. Turns out when your opponents aren't playing aggro either, Blazing Charge just says, I'm going to hit you for a lot and you're not going to do anything about it.
Yeah,
It's a
great
pretty
card,
strong
aggro.
card.
So yeah, Fire Guardian aggro has a couple of great cards. It's an archetype that people tried just a little bit a long time ago and then dropped for various reasons. Veteran Blazebearer is another great Fire Guardian aggro card. The one card I'm surprised not to see is the what is that card? Forge something. It's from MRC Alter, I think. It's the 3/4 that requires you to banish fire or automaton cards from your graveyard.
Oh, yeah. I know what your card you're talking about. Um,
No, it's
Essentially,
let
it's
me
are you talking
find
about the
the
one that's
card.
based on number of fire cards you have? You hit a little bit harder.
No, I'm talking
Burning Code.
about it's not Fortune. Furnace Drone is the right card.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think the idea with this list, I think it's just kind of you don't really care where your fire cards end up for mostly. I think March Hare is kind of one of your only real big pieces that you care about fire cards going, but everything else I think is just pure down to just every card you play is some sort of aggression, some sort of aggro. Is I think the
I
basic idea that we're seeing with this list.
I think even like without it's a fire deck, right? You'll always end up with fire cards in your graveyard, and it's just a 3 cost 3/4 on death deal 3 damage. That's a lot of value for an aggro deck.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And of course, we have to do call it the other side of the table because we were talking about this earlier that there was some spice going on. And it is Fire CL, which is level 3. When people hear that, they're pretty much very on board of saying, this is Oblation. This is, I'm going to go for a big card. I'm going to try to end the game. I'm essentially not going to do anything for the first 4 or 5 turns of the game and then try to win. This list, a little bit different. We're going a little bit more on the attack aggro game plan earlier on. We're kind of doing things like heavy swing. We're throwing these more attack strategies as well as Cheshire Cats are in the main board. So we're playing a little bit more aggressive early game and then using our level 3 to kind of end the game with that big final hit, or in this case, CL be able to return an attack card you used before. So essentially turning a heavy swing into 2 heavy swings by the time we get to the end of the game, which I'm
Yeah,
really excited to see this list. Is this a little bit different than we've seen the other Fire CLs, and something I really like to see the Fire CL kind of deviate from kind of what the standard that we see normally.
it does still run for Awakening, mostly as a finisher, right? It's not like part of the combo game plan like we see in the Oblation list, but it's still like potentially 4 damage and making sure your attack goes through.
For sure. For sure. And it's yeah, looking at this and as well for Awakening, sometimes just 4 extra damage when you're level 3. So sometimes that's just all you need to close out the game is just hit for 7 or 8 and then say, all right, here's 4 more. That's 12. Game over. Let's move on.
Yep.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a game of kind of what does more damage, early game aggression or this kind of this late game aggression that we're kind of seeing, because there are some defensive pieces in this list. Don't get me wrong, there are some resolute stands in here, Stalwart Shieldmate, some way to stop that early aggression and then be able to turn that back around your opponent. But we've also seen aggro just be able to go straight through it and pressure some insane damage even through blockers.
Right. So we have the aggro player on top and the Umbra player at the bottom. Let's see who is starting. We did not see the die roll.
And it looks like aggro maybe starting us off the way they're.
Maybe, yeah. Or maybe that was just like a pass from the Umbra player because he's going for creative shock. No, because the aggro player did not draw cards. So the aggro player is probably starting, yeah. Starting off with, is that an Arthur? Arthur is always a great start for aggro.
Especially when your opponent reveals fire, because there's not probably many things that they're, especially when they're on Looking Glass, probably not a lot of options that they're playing.
Yeah. Turn 1
Open up
Arthur,
against
we make it immortal, and we're already prepared for a pretty strong turn 2.
It's gonna be terrifying if their red hair is also in hand. The classic aggro opening. And then returning in kind with a hasty messenger, start to get that game plan going. And a
And
discard liminal. Woo!
in a way, that's also very scary in this current meta, because you have no clue what your opponent is playing, right? Fire Spirit, Looking Glass, Hasty Messenger, discard Liminal Guide, that tells you nothing. It's every single level 3 fire decks.
And putting the intercept out, get that Library Witch.
Is
Pretty good
the
opening.
deck running... Ooh. Could be very scary here. The Shrimps is running Xiao Xiao, so maybe we are able to deny that card draw on Library Witch.
And opening up Sensor, pretty. If we have the Xiaoka on top of having the Sensor, this is a pretty heavy counter to this turn 1. Does not look that way though, unfortunately.
How many allies? Just a single ally. It's the Blaze Bearer.
And it looks like we're going to keep the Blazebearer standing for the taunt. Likely going to keep Arthur for another turn, most likely. Oh, Ignis Deus.
So we are actually getting that class bonus on the Blaze Bearer. We'll get Taunt and Steadfast. Ignis Deus is also especially great in CL because it immediately gives you a card you can omen.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, because you do put it right in the graveyard, and then you can just omen that one. So and likely expecting our opponent likely being Oblation here is probably the idea. So clearing the Hasty Messenger is not a terrible call in
I
this
think
case. Because
into any fire level 3 deck, you just want to clear the Hasty, right?
yeah,
Backup Charger. That's a very slow start when you're playing against an Arthur.
I feel like if I see an Arthur on turn 1, the last thing I want to do is backup charger on my turn 2.
Maybe we just have good answers in hand, right? Is there a good way to clear Arthur here? Cheshire does not do it because we don't have a sword on board.
Yeah, if we had sword, I would definitely say that would be our answer here. But looking at the list,
Three
not
of
too
hearts
many.
into hasty, maybe? There's no like efficient answers to this. Maybe he just drew the turbocharge, and that's why he went backup charger. Though he doesn't seem to put 3 cards down.
We may also just be digging for an answer. We might have Resolutes hit. Well, they're Stalwart. Put the taunt in the way.
Yeah, maybe we have the reduce to ash in hand. Maybe that's what we were digging for. Would make that shieldmate play much more appealing than it would be otherwise. It feels so bad usually to just have to play that shieldmate into Sensor.
And we're seeing that beautiful Fire Resonance bauble from would be this the first Rebel Fest. Well, this not well, 2 Rebel Fest promos ago.
Yeah. And we just got announced the wind one for this season. What do you think they're doing after Bubbles?
I don't know. I really hope it's something. I want it to be something memey, but I don't know what that meme would be yet. Because
Could
we've seen
be,
some of the key regalia so far. Because we saw Terrafring was one of the first ones, right?
yeah, and Shard of Enlightenment. Could be the
Some
trinkets just to do another cycle, right?
yeah, it could. It
Crimson,
could.
Ever, Viridian. That could work.
We could also see maybe some of the newer things where like maybe feeblement or feeblement things like that also come into play. Be pretty cool.
Let's see. Oh, we're going to materialization. So we do not have reduced to ash.
I think Aggro might be thinking of because we just kind of use our attack, clear the board before we play
Oh yeah, we're
anything
not
else.
playing. Oh, is that inverted pyroslash? Is that the right
Not the
art? Am I seeing?
It's not the inverted pyro slash. That one actually is one that got banished a little bit earlier. That one I think is the trance,
Oh yes, yes.
which we do not get the bonus yet. We do not have 2 or more omens with the same reserve cost, but
1 cost 2 damage is still pretty much on rate. 3 damage, especially since we have the mastery doing its job.
yeah. And the mastery adds up very, very quickly. It's something that we saw a little bit earlier, some early in the CL meta. We saw kind of people playing some wind allies here and there. Some people tested some water allies, and turns out when you turn attack cards into a +1, +2, and if the game goes long enough, +3, they add up pretty quick.
Ooh, losing the dungeon guide here. Maybe there's another one in hand. Otherwise, very rough, especially with a sensor on board.
My general thought is if you purposely put down a dungeon guide and we didn't draw one to memory, probably have another one.
The one bit of relief here for One-Eyed Hal is that his opponent did not play another ally. That's a scary thing with Arthur, right? If they just keep growing and growing their board. If they go for phase damage, at least they're not getting more value out of Arthur, and you're happy about that.
And there's our 3 of hearts, but we kind of have to make a decision here. With the cards in hand, we could play another ally to go for the clear, but then we're not going to get the ability to activate the 3 of hearts if we do so.
Well, the ability is not doing much as long as the sensor's on board, so I think if you can, you have to clear the Arthur.
I think this is the longest I've seen Arthur sit him on board in a very long time.
That's another thing with those level 3 lists that we were talking we're quite greedy nowadays. There's not a lot of ways of clearing early allies that stick on the board. explaining what the trance is. It's a card that you don't see often, and I take it as a challenge. You know, I feel like I haven't succeeded at deck building until my opponent asks me what a card does.
Ooh, Impact Hammer. There's a golden rule in Fire Aggro that if they make Impact Hammer, there's probably a lethal line.
It's rare you see the Guardian Shots bonus on it, but it is the extra point of damage. However, we do not have any heat advantage in the list, so it's not as scary as it is otherwise.
And there is the inverted Pyro Slash.
There it is.
A lot of damage back to us, though, in this trade.
Yeah, but the opponent's not threatening anything, right? Plus, when you're swinging for 9... Ooh, reduce dash on the hammer? Overpowering defense.
Woo!
Also a card we haven't... Yeah, that's the scoop.
Yep, that's over. Wow, that's a... Yeah, that... I mean, we... As I said, if your opponent makes Impact Hammer, be aware they're going for lethal. They don't care what happens to them. They just care what happens to you.
So yeah, we see the power of Guardian Aggro. Some very big bunks, fairly spread out, and just a huge number of them, right? It's not like they just have heavy swing. It's like they have 12 heavy swings in the deck.
Yeah, and it's especially with this one because you still have a more in this list. So you have the ability to be able to, if the first one fails, be able to recycle it and do it again. That also means you can also set up the Trance as well by getting it in there and then putting the Trance back in hand and equaling out the the cost so you can activate the ability. So there's a lot of things that this list can do. And looking at its sideboard, it is sitting on 3 Voltas in the sideboard. So knowing my opponent could be playing some damage prevention, those can come very handy in this matchup, especially if we know we're level 3 CL. We're probably looking down the barrel of some defensive pieces, at least in the assumption that they're running these pieces to stop this big hit. I would
Yeah,
not be shocked if they're coming into play here.
I feel like Shrimps will probably be baited just by seeing the level 3 CL in front of him, and probably running Orb of Sealing from his sideboard, fearing the ablation, and then just obviously not seeing it.
Yeah, and it's also even a safe bet into Beguiling as well, because we do have the ability to react to the Beguiling activation if they don't have 2 attacks. So not a terrible play here. I didn't even look and see if we're running down. Yeah, we are running down a Beguiling. Only 2 of them in the list, but still pretty scary in that boat. Now, One-Eyed Owls on his list, seeing our opponent big bonkus like that, I wouldn't be surprised if Crystalline Destiny's coming in.
Oh,
in this match.
definitely. Not much
outside of
otherwise,
that,
right?
outside of that, I think that's really the only thing. You might be thinking Power War Swords, seeing that many fire cards that you're maybe worried about there being a lot of fire build up in this, but that would be, I mean, be fair for our we can see the deck list, be a wrong call from ours, but would not be surprising if we see that come in as a just in case.
It's still a decent thing because you are on Cheshire Cat. So if nothing else, there's probably something that you can remove because it does nothing, and just make a bigger cat that way to help you clear those allies.
For sure, for sure. And very likely assuming One-Eyed Owl probably going to want to open going first here.
Definitely. Let's see if we find a better start than the past game.
Worst part is it wasn't a terrible start in terms of what was in hand. It was just rough that our opponent had the sensor ready. Just knowing that matchup.
What is the play? That's a 3 of hearts. We
Which
have the
not
Arthur again.
we could see the Arthur because we have enough that we could Arthur red hair
Arthur
here if
Red
I'm
Hair
not
would be
mistaken.
pretty good.
Four
Yeah,
and it looks
going
like
back
4 went
into
down, so there's Arthur.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, we do. Right. That's step number 1. Oh, and Xiao Xiao. Oh, and we're offering the trade here. Are we not retaliating?
It looks like our opponent.
It
It
looks
looks
like he
like he
forgot to
may have
retaliate.
stalled the.
Yeah, the class bonus cannot be retaliated on Xiao Xiao. Is Assassin Tamer. It's not active here.
Well, I sometimes that we mentioned round one. Sometimes the class the class bonus ability is somehow not readable.
And I think big change of plan here from Al. Um, we did not use the ability on Three of Hearts to be able to keep cards in hand to get the Inner Sword. That way you can play the Cheshire and clear the Arthur. Honestly, I think that's the right play. You can't just leave Arthur on board.
No, Arthur has to go. Which the more I see Cheshire Cat play, the more I see this card just sit there, the more I realize how strong this ally is even into aggro, because it is such a hard ally just to get off the board.
Mm-hmm.
And while that sword's in play, it's probably gonna eliminate any ally you play.
Yeah, and I think, let me double check the deck list, but I don't think Shrimps is running any Regalia hate, right? Yeah, he's got no way of dealing with the sword.
So at this point, this turn might turn into a kind of a race against the clock at this point. Just say, all right, you have a certain life total. Just gonna start hitting you. But unlike other fire aggro decks, the longer this game goes, the stronger CL is gonna get. Because once we hit 3 counter, or once we hit 6, I think, or 5 omens, yeah, 5 omens, then those attack cards become even more terrifying, even with a 30 health pool.
But I don't think we're getting to 5 omens, depending. There's still a lot of damage potential in CL, even without ablation. And against a deck that only goes to level 1, it's fairly easy to find that lethal line. We do find the red hair. But again, as long as Cheshire Cat's on the board, that horse will only stay there for 1 turn. Oh, and Rococo. So yeah, we're just trying to push damage as fast as we can here. We know the opponent has a way to clear a board, so we're just trying to do damage before they're able to deal with everything.
Not
And
a terrible call, because our opponent hasn't shown us a liminal guide. They haven't shown us any floating memory into the graveyard yet. So there's
we
not a lot of.
might
We're
still
losing
get
a lot of influence to do this.
backup charger? That is so greedy. Just like next turn, hammer pyro slash is 9 damage by itself.
Well, listen, sometimes you gotta be like, lightning doesn't strike twice.
Yeah, clearly you have crystallized destiny in hand.
And there's no way there's another counter. There's another way to just say, nope. Overpowering defense? You're all right.
It's funny because you can actually counter that. You can play Crystallized Destiny in response to your opponent activating Pyro Slash before they're attacking. And so they can't overpowering defense it.
True.
We have a float in the graveyard. So if Shrimps goes for the lethal line and we have an answer, at least we have a way of leveling up next turn.
Not to mention, with a cat and a sword in play, going level 1, That would mean we're sitting at cat swinging for 3, sword swinging for 3, hasty swinging for 1. That's 7 damage. If we do enough damage to ourselves, then that could put us in a very risky situation, especially if our opponent has a heavy swing.
Oh yeah. Let's see what gets out. So Sansor's a safe play, especially since we're at really low influence. But that hammer must be so appealing right now for Shrimps.
Yeah, with having this low influence, though, it is a little bit of a all-in. Hopefully your opponent doesn't have anything strategy. And we've already seen once that our opponent did have answers. And we
It's
wouldn't be shocked to see more because sideboard it in.
probably too risky for me, but when you're playing fire aggro, you kind of have to, right? It's the deck that says make them have it. You put out the big damage and you tell them, well, I'm trying to kill you. Just do something about it.
It looks like we are opting instead of that we're playing a little bit safe.
So poking little by little. Let's see if we play something big or if we take kind of a turn off just to make sure we have something bigger next turn. If you blazing hard charge here, you probably die next turn, right? Just a red hair. So we're cycling, trying to find the good cards, pushing 3 damage. It's not the biggest thing, but oh, are we answering that? What do we have from Al here? Oh, Resolute Stand. Pretty good.
Looks like we did it in its response to the attack triggers, which sometimes I wait till after at that point just because I want to see what they discard versus sometimes giving them the option to discard something they don't need in that moment. Then a little bit risky, but that's just kind of min maxing the the attack trigger for yourself.
Putting the horse back in. Since we haven't seen any attacks yet, it's probably the most efficient thing you can get back, right?
Yeah, it's one of your biggest because you have a Zhao that we've seen this deck probably not answering anytime soon. So being able to put the horse back to Passio more it later, probably a safer call. Yeah. Cat clearing that horse.
Liminal Guide. Still good hits off of those Hasty Messenger. You're still not very safe, Azala here, right? 12 damage is very reachable for a deck like Fire Seal.
Very much so. But we are set with a very pretty large grip. And this deck does have a lot of ways to try to get out of things. So, because we've seen the reduce already. We've seen of course, we know the Crystallite probably came in this. So we haven't seen that come out. So wouldn't shock me if we've sent on another safety piece.
Well, thinking
then-
again from Shrimps, always you playing aggro is that gain of number, right? You need to ask yourself every turn, do I have lethal somehow here?
Yeah, we call this the aggro tank. When you pass to your opponent and they just sit there and think, you got to be a little bit worried.
So we get the sword. We do have 2 allies under Omen, so it gets the extra point of power.
And same with another +1 on top of that. So this is a sword swinging for 3, even base. It's an impact hammer without the downside.
Ooh,
Ooh.
preemptive Volta. I kind of like it actually.
This is a good way to ask your opponent, hey, Do you have this? Because this is actually a something we saw Torse and Taxes play for quite a while. But it is a class bonus for Cleric and Guardian on enter. Uh, until end of turn, damage dealt by fire element sources you control cannot be prevented. Meaning, a lot of these more common ways people are trying to stop things from happening, things like Crystallized Destiny, playing a Resolute Stand, they just don't matter.
Creative Shock trying to find something in response. Is there anything in the list that we're looking for?
Yeah, maybe the reduced action like we saw last time to try to hit the weapon here, but
Do we have
outside
enough
of
cards
that,
in hand for that? I feel like we're at 3 in hand.
tops you to create a send a message.
Trounce. We do have the damage bonus on that, so that's coming for 4 plus 2 plus 1, 7.
I believe you are correct. Yeah, that is 7.
All right, so not quite lethal. We do not have the cards for a Blazing Throw. Are we even on Blazing Throw? I feel like there's enough weapons for it. Well, yes, we are.
We're fire aggro. We gotta
Yeah,
be on
yeah.
Blazing Throw.
I mean, you never know, right? You never know. So we have a level up for 1 float, and we have Liminal Guide. So not a pretty good turn. Some ways of coming back. We can deal with the Volta, so or possible other Resolutes are back online. And we do some more cycling with the Ciel level 2 on enter. Only a single card, we have a single Omen. But if that card finds an answer, then it's good enough. Are we not on 1 Omen? I think we're on the 1 Omen, right?
Yes, I think we are only on 1, which is just the Resolute.
Didn't we just cycle 2 cards?
Did we? Yeah, because we did put because we put.
So we are on from the Liminal Guide that was already there because we leveled up.
Oh,
All right. It seems like he realized his mistake and conceded instead of trying to fix the game states. He knew he was far enough behind. That wasn't really worth to try to continue that anyway.
yeah, it also might have been we saw the cards, and unfortunately, even with the level, didn't see the dungeon guide. Would also probably mean lethal hit that
Yeah.
follow up. So yeah, we kind of saw this. We saw this both CL on both fronts. We saw the level 3 go aggro, and then we just saw I don't need level 3. I just need level 1. Let's go.
Yeah, just push damage.
It-
Why play different cards when you can just swing and swing and swing, right?
Turns out Arthur is still a good card. Red Hair is still a good card, and Guardian big bonks pretty well.
Yeah.
Is what I learned today. That was actually a really cool list to see. We've seen kind of this fire seal kind of popping up here and there in events. We've seen kind of this slow optimization of this list, and I wouldn't be shocked if we see a lot of these legacy fire aggro players kind of maybe migrate over to this fire seal because it seems like it plays very similar to how we saw Lux or like fire aggro Xander do for a while,
Yeah.
and a lot of these fire attack base lists where we're kind of trading off more of the poison dagger, double up our damage, go for a big hit, to more of this. Let's just try as many shots to kill our opponent before they can go anywhere. Which, I'll be honest, I think I enjoy a little bit more than just seeing, oh, there's a poison dagger. Hope I'm not dead.
It's interesting how the list always has the same core, but there's such a variety in how you play it, right? Fire, the new Assassin Merlin has also seen some experiments here and there because there's a couple of great new cards for it.
Yeah, it's crazy because when we had the rule change go out and we had a lot of these more defensive cards are popping up. I think the unanimous decision by most players was Fire Aggro is kind of dead. Like, why would you play Fire Aggro? Arthur can die so quickly. But as you mentioned during this round, these level 3 decks are getting greedier and greedier. And the more greedy
Oh
they
yeah.
get, then the more times you can just be like, if you're not going to do anything for the first 3 turns of the game, then I'm just going to try to kill you in the first 3 turns of the game, if that's okay with you.
It's a very reasonable game plan, and it obviously works.
Yeah, very, very much so. I think the only one that's still holding strong against Fire Aggro in those kind of situations, honestly, I think is probably Tristan and Sirio
Mhm,
right now
mhm.
are the only ones. But Sirio more of the line of I'm just gonna make a dragon because I'm also an aggro deck, and then
Siri
Tristan
is
is just like
definitely an aggro deck.
it is an aggro deck that happens to go level 3.
Yeah, Tristan meanwhile is running all of the answers to try and deal with aggro.
And
To
not
be
as many
fair,
people on Mirror anymore either. So it's like,
but the new Calming Breeze is
oh
such a
yeah.
good card.
Yeah, and I think that's why I like the Volta pick here pretty pretty well. Just because you can kind of tell your opponent, hey, I don't care if you have damage prevention. I'm just
Mhm.
good luck. Yeah, that was it was a very fun showing to see a list like this do kind of what we've kind of seen in the past from Fire Aggro that we thought was very much a dead deck, kind of slowly drag its claws way back and be like, no, 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 not out of it yet.
Yeah, and it's very satisfying to just send big numbers, and not in combo way. It's not like building 5 turns to supercharge your other wing and then sending 25. It's just like sending 8, 9 damage every turn, and just seeing your opponent have no answer for that is a very satisfying feeling.
Yeah, oh, for sure. And it is actually crazy how much more we're seeing these decks also, even aggro, take a little bit
Mhm,
more proactive approach to all these defenses where they're kind of starting to drop instead of just running more aggro pieces, putting
mhm,
in some of these pieces to say, hey, let's kind of get around these. That's either we've seen in the past, we saw Wind Wake Up start playing in caps to get through
mhm,
a lot of our opponent's pieces. We've seen Fire Aggro do more of this. Of course, we saw with the empowering defense to be able to go with the attack, or we've seen them as well just start running uh, in the past, even ways to just ping and do one
mhm.
damage to our opponent just to pop these shields. So it is kind of showing that things may look grim from an outside, especially when you kind of see a list just have seem to have everything and every answer. But this is also a game with a lot of options. You guys talked about it last round with Topsy, where this card has a lot of interaction. There's a lot of things that this card can do, and we're seeing a lot more cards are kind of coming out that we would normally see play that can deal with a lot of these situations, which it makes deck building a lot more fun.
Yeah, definitely. It's always a puzzle trying to play the slower decks in not the greedy way, just playing the real control way and trying to find what is the right ratio of answers to be able to deal with everything. Because if you full tech against aggro, well, you're going to die to those other greedy decks, and you full tech against those greedy decks, then as we've seen, you just kind of get steamrolled by aggro. So it's that very tight balancing act that you need to be doing.
Yeah, it's kind of a push and pull kind of scenario where as one side starts getting a little bit too empowered, you start kind of teching your pieces that deal with those other level threes. And then as you do that, you start dropping some of these key pieces. You're like, I'm never gonna see it. Which we saw, I mean, even to kind of shift gears a little, we saw it in London. We saw out of nowhere, Gembu's like, if you're not gonna run sword that often, and if you're not gonna run lantern,
Mhm.
then I'm just gonna show you what Gembu does. Like, I think you all forgot that this turtle hits really hard.
Oh, yes, he
And
does.
it turns out just pretty much undefeated the whole event. Where, yeah, a couple of draws, but like
Yeah.
to be fair, undefeated because just nobody was teching into it. Nobody was like, yeah, Gembu's a dead deck. Nobody's playing it, and just like, yeah, well, we're just
I
waiting.
not even a couple of draw rights, because I'm pretty sure 2 of those were IDs. So that's a 9-win, 0-loss, 1 draw record in Swiss,
Yeah,
essentially.
yeah, all the way to go take down London and secure your gauntlet spot for the world championship. Pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. If you're gonna make a call into an event, just like, man, I like Gembu a lot. And be fair, that player is also very well known for piloting Gembu extremely
Yes,
well
definitely.
in prior events. So we had the perfect storm of probably one of the best Gembu players in the world also be like, hey, you're not teching into me. Let me remind you what I can do. Which again shows that this game is very very flexible, and you just kind of need to study the meta a little bit, and sometimes just when your heart tells you, hey, I think I can do this, just jam it.
Yeah, and there's definitely something to say to anyone questioning their deck choices out there. Oftentimes, it's much better to bring to a big event the deck you're comfortable on instead of trying to do a last minute switch because it's more meta and then not knowing all the lines, not knowing all the interactions, and not doing that good because you didn't have enough practice. Bring the deck you're good at, and you'll do better than trying to do that last minute switch.
Oh, for sure. And again, it may not. We're not saying that if you the deck that you love, you're going to make day two or you're going to win a top eight. But it the mental tax you're going to have is going to be so much less, especially because I think people underestimate playing 8 to 9 rounds on an event is way more taxing than you may used to. So if you're a relatively new player and you haven't played even a regional yet, you haven't played these big 6, 7, 8, 9 round events, be aware it gets very taxing by that point. Where when you start getting into those later rounds, decisions you would think and you watch from the outside, it goes, yeah, these are easy decisions. You kind of start questioning yourself and be like, maybe no, because in round 3, this happened. I don't want it to happen again. And you kind of get in your own head. And if it's something you're not used to and you're comfortable in, those mistakes are going to happen a lot more often. And it's happened to me. I played a deck that I picked up the night before, and it's one of the worst scent runs I've ever had because I think it was like 0-3 and I was out. I was like, yeah, I should never have switched. I shouldn't have switched decks the night before. I just wasn't ready. I didn't have enough practice. So it's to your point, it's very good just to kind of either practice very heavily before a big event and make sure you're very comfortable, make sure you know the matchups, or play something you've been playing at your locals nonstop because you'll be surprised that just doing well at your locals and understanding your deck will get you far, especially into a bigger event where you might just knowledge check somebody. They may just not know what your deck does, and it's hey, a win's a win.
Yeah. And the deck you can play in your sleep because you're going to be sleeping. It's all those compounding factors, right? You got, you traveled a lot, you're jet lagged, and then you wake up maybe earlier than you are used to because you need to get to the venue early because you want to go to the event store and get those nice playmats. And then the tournament is delayed because there's, times between rounds. Overtime is going a bit long, judge rulings. So it's round 6, but you already been there for like 10 hours, and you're starting to not really think about your plays as much as you could.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, I have my own personal story where one of the online regionals, I woke up that morning, didn't realize that I'd gotten COVID, but I was like, I'm gonna play.
Mm.
I'm play. I'm not feeling great, but I'm gonna play. Progressively got more and more sick throughout the day, but because I wasn't feeling well, I switched back to a tried and true list, something I've played nonstop for months leading up to that event. And I end up pretty much going undefeated in the event just because even though I was sick, it was like I knew what the routes were. I knew exactly what I needed to do in every matchup. And I kind of just let the deck play itself. I was like, I'm not gonna question anything. I'm gonna play the cards and I hope I do well. And then I'm like, oh, I did well. Who knew?
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, this meta has been really fun, especially from an outside perspective, being able to cast a lot more of these events, watching kind of what these different players do, how they adjust to what the meta. And of course, as casters, we see a lot of the outside news. We keep up with a lot of the discussions. We don't worry, we monitor, we go in the Discord, we follow the Reddit, we follow everybody's Twitter accounts. And we kind of follow all these different things. So we see where people complain about certain things, or they're like, this is absolutely insane, this is crazy. But we also get to see the other side of that. We get to see where a lot of these teams are being like, yeah, this is a problem. Let's
Mhm.
go to the drawing board. Let's discuss it, figure out kind of what to do. And that's kind of the nature of card games, but also the nature of Grand Archive does very uniquely is it's not necessarily one deck is a dominant and you cannot beat it. It's a lot of it is practicing, knowing what decks to take into that, and then adjusting your game plan for those events. And it's one of the few games where I can say that impacts the game incredibly hard versus some other card games you may have played in the past.
And it's also funny seeing because everyone has essentially the same information, right? Everyone knows all the cards in the game. They know the stated meta, but they all arrive to such different answers.
Yeah, and it's I think the one that I always watch for is Chess Club. I think they're the ones that always have the You kind of know what the answers are. You kind of know like this is going to be what takes down an event, or this is going to be kind of what gives me the edge in an event. And then you see Chess Club kind of to nowhere, and they're like, yeah, the answer all along was playing Norm, like, or is playing like Fire Gembu. And you're like, what? How did you get there? What happened in that team discussion to get you to this point?
I'm excited for their next very out of left field deck. Last one was not that long ago, right? Horse Vanitas was just this summer.
Yeah, it was in Boston that they just kind of showed up. They showed up and said, "Hey, have you read what Vanitas level 3 does?" And we're all like, "Yes." And they're like, "I don't think you have."
To be fair,
Not
that was, I think, mostly on Rally Abyss. We were talking about Top C Decree probably not being worthy of a ban. A lot of people have said that Rally Abyss was not worthy on a ban. I agree with the ban completely.
yeah, it is a card that I think it deserved it 100%. I think the only other justification might have been Liminal Guide. Would have been like the other justification to like not necessarily get rid of the card. But even then, you kind of restrict yourself that if you get too many good spirits or too many good floating memory,
Yeah.
that this card is just going to grow out of control. And we even saw that with that card, even if you didn't draw Liminal, discarding a floating
Yeah.
was already good enough. It's essentially your deck had 4 creative shocks in the list, and it's turns out creative shock's good. Who knew?
Yeah, running more creative. Yeah, and that's the same point. Like we mentioned that Creative Shock was probably not too good. It's just a question of like usability and comparing to other elements. It's also a question of number, right? 4 Creative Shock is fine. It seemed like 8 Creative Shock by itself was a bit of a problem. I want the comparison I give to people is imagine you could play a deck with 8 Frostborn Paladins.
Yeah.
That would be very scary.
It would be terrifying. It would be absolutely terrifying. That's one of the big things about it is this Grand Archive is a game of influence where is if you can get, and we call this I guess the best way to word it is a +1 effect.
Yeah.
If you can get a turn in the first 3 turns of the game, if you can do something that puts your influence +1 rather than going down, you are very likely to have a very solid level 3 game plan. We saw it with Slimes back in the day where Baby Gray, essentially the play was play Baby Gray, escape the wreckage, you're +1. Go to 3, you're already ahead of your opponent. We saw it with, of course, Horse and Taxes with Row of the Abyss. If I open up with Row of the Abyss, then I'm in with the Liminal, I'm going to go +1, and I'm going to have an amazing level 3. It is just kind of a natural state of the game that if you can find a way to go positive in this game, you're going to be very, very strong into level 3. It's unfortunately the nature of card draw is good. That's how it goes. Alrighty, so let's see what are we looking at on time? Do we want to kill a little bit more time? Or are we gonna?
We got a lot of time left. This round was very fast, as you can expect with Fire Aggro. I think we still have about half an hour in regulation time.
Ooh, that's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. I mean, be fair, we did watch Fire Aggro do Fire Aggro things, so it doesn't shock me. So I will say because we have time to kill, and there's some topics I do want to talk about.
Go
in
ahead.
this is I know you guys talked about it earlier. You talked a little bit about RDO, kind of what you're most excited to see, kind of what decks you want to see get better, kind of do this things. Is there let's just say maybe a champion that you would like to see kind of get like a huge upgrade, kind of like we see the recollection decks kind of bring a new fresh light to those champions? Is there a champion in Grand Archive right now that you want to see, and it could have level 3 already? Do you want to see maybe a revamp of that champion or a different way to play that champion like we see with the recollection decks, or even some different level 3s?
A full revamp is an interesting question. I think the one that needs it the most right now is Terra Xiao Chan. I think the package overall is kind of incoherent with what it's trying to do, right? It doesn't have not just the right tool. It's not like I always say that Kongming is not quite good enough right now, but it's not a design issue. It's just missing a couple of cards to really do its right thing. I think Terra Xiao Chan is not at that point where it's missing a couple of cards. It needs a complete retooling of the package to be able to do something good.
Yeah, I could kind of see that because it feels like your level 3 is a lot different than what your level 1 and level 2 are trying to accomplish in kind of a sense. So I could definitely see it. I know for me, the one that I would, of course, the big one, I want to see a new tamer. I want to see Alan do something. I want to see a level 3. But in terms of something that already has level 3, I want to see something do maybe a little bit different. It might be a controversial take, maybe to Jimmy Lee, but I want to see Tony. I want to see Tony do something new rather than just say, I'm going to go to 3 and I'm going to be a wall. I want to see this deck do something that plays a little bit more into that like Guardian big bonk style that we see. But maybe that's just how CL is supposed to be.
The,
But it kind
the
of
other
feels like CL's in the same
the
boat.
other level 3 for Tony is already kind of that, right? It's more combo focused than just like general guardian good value, but like the old Jamilius is good. I think if I had to change something about Tony, it's a new level 2. It did a lot of good for Xander, and I think a new level 2 for Tanaris would do it a lot of good because whatever game plan you're doing with Tanaris, the level 2 is not that helpful, right?
Yeah, your
So
goal is usually to get past level 2 as quickly as possible. At that point, it's what we see
either
with most
that,
Tonys.
either that, or you're playing a very defensive focus like level 1, where Dante is good, and so they don't have the influence to go to level 2 or the need to. So in pretty much every Tanaris list, level 2 is kind of just attacks, and it doesn't give anything to your game plan.
Fair, yeah, I agree. It's weird because it's his level 1 feels so on brand with what he wants to do. His level 3s feel on brand with what he wants to do, but yeah, his level 2 just feels like it's kind of like, all right, we're a wall. I'm gonna punch you. Now we're a wall again, and it's like, all right, where? How did we get here? Yeah, I guess I could see. I'm trying to think of any other champions I will see get a
Well,
revamp.
obviously, we are going to see a revamp of Mordred. That will be
Oh,
very
oh yeah.
interesting. Interesting
It
might mean scary, depending on how it is, but
we've been talking a little bit internally of what this champion could do, what we could like play around. But my biggest worry is that I would assume, did they already confirm that he's Luxem? Do we
no,
know?
but he sure looks like it.
Like he sure looks Luxem. I'm gonna be shocked if he's not Luxem. But I'm really worried because there is a certain regalia in a certain set of Grand Archive that has been sitting for a very long time. And I'm really worried what's gonna happen if we
Fractured
see
Crown?
Fractured Crown hit board with him in play. Both being a warrior, having most likely having a 28 health life pool,
Yeah.
but then also being able to say, let's make it 35, 36, and have extra damage might be a little terrifying. Not gonna lie.
Fractured Crown is not the first card that comes to mind when people are scared of Lux and Mordred. It's Excalibur, Cleansing Light.
Just play more elements. Just play like 5 advanced elements. You're fine.
Yeah. Clearly,
Just
Prismatic Sanctuary is the answer to to Excalibur. Clearly,
just play slimes. Like yeah, whatever.
yeah. Slime
Yeah.
is perfect. They got it.
Yeah, name my storm slime and I guess like win. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Honestly, if there's nothing about it, I'm almost considering because like you could because you get all that floating memory from your Mordred level 2, and that's without counting whatever we get from the Mordred level 1 we'll get because we will need to print a level 1. But honestly, I'm almost thinking that if you have a Warrior Luxem level 3, it's easy to get to because you have the floating memory for level 2. I'm not sure the card actually needs to read anything. Like, I would play a blank Luxem Warrior. I think.
Maybe for me, it would have to be like if it was a blank card, I would expect either a higher health pool or have a natural attack on the
Maybe a
champion just
natural
to
attack
kind of
would be
balance
good.
it.
I would go with Fractured Crown very well.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do have the little lore tidbit from the previous lore articles and the new recollection that says that he is now the fairy king of Cambria. So we'll probably get something about that. Not sure
Yo,
what that means exactly.
fairy tribal. We're having to where you can play every fairy. And we know it's water, so we know there's paladins in the list.
We know it's
So
water, we know there's paladin, we know there's a dungeon guide, so he wants to go to level 3. It's kind of weird that he's level that there's gone dungeon guide, because if you dungeon guide to level 3, then you're just completely skipping the getting floating memory from your level 2. So maybe he's getting a new level 2. Has that been, did we get confirmation that he's the old level 2, or he's getting a new one? I
I
don't
believe they
remember.
confirmed it will still be the same level 2. He's keeping the same level 2. Um, my other thought would be is his level 3 might, and weirdly enough, even though it's not inherited, he might get the same effect or something
Maybe.
even better. Like maybe he can use his floating memory for something else in the graveyard, or even more terrifying, he's just Erendite.
Maybe, yeah.
What
Do you think we'll get?
what
Do
if
you
he's
think we'll
Terra? Get out of
finally
here.
play Sealed Blade? Probably not, right? Like, there's no reason to play Sealed Blade if you got Arendite. But Sealed Blade is a
Yeah, I
card
don't.
that's always been interesting to me. For
Yeah.
anyone that has never seen that card at home, because no one has ever played that card, it's a 3/3 weapon, Regalia. 3 cost, but you can only play the cost with floating memory.
Seems underscaled to what we see now with only playing floating memory. Because we saw a certain crown get played by Diana, and that card's terrifying.
Yeah,
Which I think
the
he
crown
will
is
play that card.
definitely much better than Seed Blade.
I think he
Yeah,
will play that card though, because that
good.
card is going to be, I think, going to be nuts for him.
Oh yeah. If he in any way keeps the floating memory ability, maybe they'll just errata Mordred level 2 to inherited.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, because it feels like losing the attack cards. I'm with you, because if we're going to have Dungeon Guide, it's going to be your options at that point are Dungeon Guide to level 2, which is not necessarily a bad thing,
No.
but like you're not getting any bonus from doing that, so it just seems a little bit odd. Um, yeah, and then or again, just have level 3 instead of eroding it. Just make level 3 with the same ability, or as we said, an empowered version of it in
That
some
would
way.
also work, yeah.
Could
I
you
can
imagine if? Oh, I just I'm just imagining crazy things you could do if you like your attack cards are floating memory. When you banish an attack card, put it underneath your champion, it gets +1 attack,
hmm.
or you draw cards.
Yeah, there's definitely big design space you can get there. It's a very powerful ability if you have something to do with it, right? Just the fact that Mordred was level 2 was the big stop for to that.
Yeah, yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see kind of where this champion ends up. It's kind of the first time a recollection has been teased to this point, where we didn't naturally just have a good idea of where it's going to be. Of course, we've seen the ones that are newer champions
Yeah.
who knows what they're going to be. But when we had Tristan and we had Sylvie recollections kind of teased, we had a general idea of what the deck was probably going to accomplish in some form or fashion. But I think this is one where we're just like, yeah, we know it's level 2, but I have no clue what he's gonna end up doing. I'm excited. I'm excited for it. And as well, I think it's just also nice that the fact that newer players who pick this up are gonna get dungeon guides. They're gonna get Frostborn Paladins, and we've seen it before. The recollection decks are incredibly strong out of the
Yeah.
box. Like it is probably a safe
Except for
bet
Zout.
picking one up. Yeah, it's well. I mean, it
The
was
other card
good. You
that
just had
might
to
be
switch all the cards over to something else.
the other card that might be getting a comeback is Title Sweep, the worst of the 3 Cleaves attack for Warrior.
I be fair. I think I agree. I think I'll put the words in his mouth. Perfy said it. I think title sweep is the best sweep.
Mhm.
Yeah,
All
100%
right,
Perfy said it.
what's the reasoning for that?
I don't know. You have to
It's
ask
so
Perfy.
sad too, because it's not even doing anything for Mordred, because he doesn't care about the float. It already has float.
Yeah, it is such a man. If you look back at the cleaves, you're like, yeah, wind makes sense.
Yeah.
Fire makes sense. Water, we got to cook a little bit more.
Why is it 6 cost? It could have been 3 cost and been fair.
If it would have been cheaper and floating, I think they were just. I think it also came at a time with Grand Archive very early on that realistically floating memory is kind of a luxury in the first set. If you kind of look back at some of the cards, a lot of the cards that did have floating, not I don't think there was very many that were fast, if any. Yeah, and so there was like anything you had that was like veteran soldier for floating memory. You had to overcost to get floating memory. Like there was very few things that were worth doing, and we saw fire decks having to do everything in their power to discard these cards. So now I think they've become more lax with it. They've come a little bit more fair with it. So I
Mhm.
think that's why we saw title sweep not nearly as good, to put it nicely. And now we've kind of see it kind of
So
other floating pop up.
hopefully we'll get a fixed water cleave and the Mordred Rico, is what you're saying?
That would be funny. I want to call back to the original title cleave though. If we do title sweep, if we do get one, I want it to like somehow reference the old one to be like, yeah, that was terrible. I don't know what they'll do for it, but I really hope they do. Oh boy. All right. It looks like we have about 6 minutes left in this round. Looks like that's what
More
we're
or
sitting
less,
at.
yeah. So
Yes.
I guess we'll go for a quick break. Rather, you will all go for a quick break. I will be taking my leave, leaving my spot to JimTheEternal for the last round. So I say goodbye to everyone and enjoy the last round of the tournament.
All right. We'll see you guys in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are getting ready for round 4. We do have likely one of our lists that's locked in, but we're waiting on the second, so we won't disclose who that's going to be yet. But of course, joining me back for this final round is Jim the Eternal. Jim, how are you feeling going into this round 4?
I'm excited. I'm glad to be back on the mic, and I'm thrilled to be. I'm excited to see what comes up. Right, we've had some fascinating matches leading up to here. We've seen a lot of variety, which honestly this tournament is infamous for. So I'm really excited to see what we come up with in the final round.
I feel the same way, and it's crazy because we have seen starting off the day, coming back, seeing Nico come back to do some crazy stuff, do some crazy damage, on top of essentially taking a part of this aggro game plan of being like, hey, I hit real hard. If you didn't know, Icebound Slam's a good card, so we're kind of back doing this all the way to our last match where we saw Fire CL being like, you know what, level 3 optional. Let's just also big bonk. Maybe this is now becoming the meta of everybody big bonks.
Heck
And
yeah,
that's how we do it.
bonks are great. Bonks are one of my favorite ways to interact with my opponent. Just because like I feel like that is an element of Grand Archive that you don't see that much in other games. So just being able to rest your champion, being like, I'm going to deal you double digits of damage. Just it feels so good.
Oh yeah, and it's also crazy because then you also have these matches where you just like for a fact that if their opponent has the barrier or they have some way to block all the damage in one go, that you can tell that it just comes down to, you know what, I'm just gonna send it. Let's see if they got it. And sometimes that's even the most exciting kind of setups to see of like, oh, is it going to end here, or are we going, or is it going to essentially just completely blow up in their face? And I think that's one of the most fun interaction pieces rather than just being like, I resolute and okay, I'll see you next turn. Instead, if it's more of a not everything down, let's go.
Mhm. Yeah, sometimes they don't have it, and that's great. And sometimes they have it, and that's good. That's good Grand Archive also.
Oh, for sure, for sure. So I would say so far, because as we do have a little bit of time to kill, as we okay, so it looks like I was about to say that we did get the list. So it is going to be Jimmy Lee. Some people may have heard this name before here for our weeklies. Jimmy Lee piloting his well-known Fire and Soul, something that Jimmy is very, very knowledgeable on, something very, very good on. Going against Neutral End, somebody we saw just earlier today, also piloting one of their favorite lists with Water Diana. So this is going to be two masters of their deck types going against each other, and both decks kind of try to accomplish the goal in almost a similar way. Just one does it level 3 and one does it with a bow at level 1.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, talking about big bonks, like this is exactly what we were talking about. It's just using that champion as the huge damage enabler that it feels like it was meant to be.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And it is crazy how much Diana has just from this set has like completely turned around from being a deck that you would see as like a fringe type of list, like it's okay, it does some things, to now just being like, if I see a Diana across from me, I'm terrified. I'm like,
Yeah,
I don't know which version it is either. If they show me water, I'm like, I'm getting hit really, really hard. I just don't know exactly how that how that damage is coming in. And it is
yeah.
terrifying, these new lists.
Yeah, and I feel like Carp Song actually really changed Water Diana for me, right? Like that became the standard, and all of a sudden the Diana decks had extra reach. And all of the problems that the decks had were somewhat mitigated by just being able to throw 6 damage around almost at will. And that definitely made the deck a lot scarier.
Yeah, nothing feels worse than when you're like, I have the answer to the bow. I'm okay. And they're like, Coda twice for 12. And you're like, yeah, all right. I guess so.
Yeah, this actually comes back to something that I think about Grand Archive a lot is the ways in which your deck is trying to deal damage, and being able to diversify those forms of damage is just such a powerful thing for a deck. I think it's one of the reasons why Seryu is such a commanding deck in the format right now. It's because it has the giant dragon, and it's also throwing around arcane blasts. And more recently, we've also seen kind of the evolution into the wider ally-centric strategy with the dragon on the side there, and that's like 3 distinct different things that you have to be able to prepare for in order to deal with the deck. And kind of being able to diversify the forms of damage, the strategy that your deck is doing, I think really gives you a lot more punch than you'd have otherwise.
Yeah, and we've been seeing that for forever now in Grand Archive at this point, because we've seen it, of course, when Merlin was on its tear for longest time. It was dividing its damage very well between a big attack and, of course, fireballs to do the damage. We have seen it with Water Gembu, which has 5 or 6 different ways that it tries to end the game. It feels at this point where your opponent could you essentially have to keep track of how many cards are in my deck, how many cards are in their deck, how many water cards, how many floating, how much. It's just like so many things you have to keep track of in these
Mhm.
matches. And of course, as you mentioned, Siryu, all these different ways to do it. And even Fire CL. We've even seen some of the Fire Oblation lists also lean a little bit into this hybrid attack and the oblation strategy. So they have the route of like, I think you're going to stop my oblation. Let's instead go for the big bonk strategy. And I think that's kind of a way you have to be with Grand Archive, as you guys were talking earlier, where the interaction of the game has diversified so much and there's so many different ways to stop your opponent from trying to end the game that I think you have to now play a little bit of these tricks, a lot of these kind of knowledge checks in a way to say, how well do you know this deck and how well do you know what I set up for the end of this game? And I think that's kind of where a lot of the mind games of Grand Archive are right now, is guessing which route your opponent was setting up for it, and hopefully you made the right call.
Yeah, absolutely. And going forward, I'm excited to see kind of the RDO vision of what that interaction looks like, what ways that you have to set up to defend yourself against your opponent and offset that against what ways you have to interact with your opponent and to try and push your own game plan forward. So kind of as that evolves, as that spreads out, as you have more options, be they more niche or more flexible, seeing which ones fit better into the decks, seeing which strategies people then try to adopt in order to adapt to those different kinds of interactions. Like that's the really exciting metagame stuff for me.
Oh, for sure. And of course, we are jumping right into it. Looks like turn one has already proceeded here for Jimmy starting off the game. It looks like. Yep, it looks so. And both of them with Looking Glass. So nothing too crazy there. And it looks like is a 3 of Hearts was the first play from Jimmy.
Three of Hearts makes sense. It's a very strong play for all of these decks, kind of slotted in almost as a replacement for Rile the Abyss in a lot of these level 3 decks. And it's doing some good work, it gives you a little bit of board presence. It allows you to sculpt your hand a little bit better. It allows you to potentially set up your graveyard and is really kind of a mainstay for these decks at this point.
Yeah, and it looks like I was wrong. Jimmy Lee did not start because we did see the Diana return with the distant trigger. So it looks like we did see a draw pass and then distant to level 1 Diana.
Yep, and just like last time, this is the typical Diana game plan. This is exactly where neutral end wants to be. Going distant in Jimmy Lee's end step most likely, or going distant in response to Diana's on enter trigger, and being able to bring out that ether wing and then use the rest of the recollection step to fully charge it up.
Yeah, and we're of course we're seeing exactly what Diana wants to do, and then playing during recollection, start building up this first big attack. And this is one thing about Water Diana is landing this first hit can actually make or break how the rest of the game is going to go. Because if this first attack gets stopped, this means that we are not going to set up our graveyard. We're not going to set up the top of our library, and there's a good chance we're probably not going to get that coda set up the way we want it to.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, as important as the hand is for Water Diana for neutral end here, the top of the deck and the graveyard are almost more important. So getting this initial damage in, getting that glimpse, like you said, being able to set up hopefully a float in the graveyard here is a huge part of Diana's game plan. Looks like no prevention effects from Jimmy Lee, so the 3 damage goes in, setting up for the Glimpse 4 here. And we'll see whether or not Neutral End finds what he was looking for. It is definitely possible in this situation to whiff, and Neutral End doesn't look super happy about what he's seeing. But it does look like we're getting the Weaving Mana. I think that's the Weaving Mana stream into
Yes,
the
it is the Weaving
graveyard,
Mana stream.
and that is exactly what Neutral End wanted to see.
And on top of that, we're just going to go ahead and we're just going to utilize it for a Paladin, which, that being said, in this matchup is still very, very strong to just be able to pressure additional 3 every single turn on 2 fronts.
Yeah, absolutely. So this does kind of forego the value engine a little bit of Weaving Mana Stream, just treating it as any other float, sacrificing it to the Paladin, because it doesn't refresh itself when you use it as a cost for the Paladin or for Crystalline Archer. But honestly, that extra 3 damage now, that is a big deal. Knowing that you're playing into a fire deck, And all of these fire decks, seeing Warrior on the other side is maybe a slightly better result for neutral end than Guardian, but he's definitely going to be worried about the amount of HP that he has to deal with and whether or not he has to work to defend himself with a card like Frostborn Paladin.
And it makes me wonder if we are sitting with protection for the Paladin as well, because there is an inherent risk here of playing this and our opponent possibly dungeon guiding to 2 just to clear the Paladin and get some value back from it. So makes me wonder if we do have some protection pieces at the ready.
Could very well, yeah. I mean, as a water deck, neutral end is going to have some of those options. We're not necessarily going to see them immediately. Jimmy Lee bringing out the usual inert sword off of Lorraine 1 here, and not seeing any other action. Are we just passing the turn? Still deep in thought here, I think, for both of our players.
And it... Nope, we did see... Okay, so we are seeing 3 cards going down. And it does look like it is the Unravel. Go ahead and get rid of that, because we already have the inert sword out. We don't need it any longer. Let's get some more value of it. Let's go up positive and get some more cards.
Yep. Jimmy Lee is holding on to another distortion in his materials, but I think it's more likely, I'm not sure if we've already spoken about Insol here, more likely he's just going to get value out of it via Insol rather than actually trying to materialize it. Moving forward into neutral end's next turn with that other setup, looks like we have another Weaving Mana Stream, so neutral end definitely has his engine set up kind of perfectly here, burning that Weaving Mana Stream in order to get the Ranger Strides onto the field. Weaving Mana Stream, as a result, getting loaded into the Ether Wing, and this is a really great setup for neutral end. He's already looking forward to another glimpse off of the Ether Wing's effect, and gonna have a decent chunk of damage here, even though he does have quite a lot of damage that he needs to deal with, because Lorraine, with that Warrior's health pool, sitting at 20 health right now, and that number's only going to go up.
That being said, this is not a... this is still quite a bit of damage to be taking early.
Absolutely. And these glimpses are a big deal, too. Just continuing to stack his deck, continuing to set up the floating memory that he's looking to utilize for cards like Frostborn, for cards like Crystalline Archer, just continuing with that giant regressive game plan that Diana is at this point famous for.
And it makes me wonder here if we're maybe the reason we're going for this big hit now is because we maybe have the Carpson Coda in hand, but we haven't seen the enabler yet. And I think we might be digging maybe to set this up. It would be possibly my thought, because it seems like we've had everything else we've wanted so far. But it seems like the only piece of the puzzle Diana's missing right now.
Was that a toe troll that got flipped off the top? It's a little hard to tell.
Yes, it was a toe troll. So it looks like we are...
Yeah.
That might have been the case scenario. It looks like we probably have Coda and we just needed to see it get milled.
It sure looks that way. That was definitely a nice find for neutral end here. And is he double Coda?
Yep, there it is. There it is. Yep.
Whoa!
Any reaction?
Start.
Any response? Oh, we're digging.
Maybe.
We're digging. Is there anything we can
Jimmy
dig
Lee
into to
with a creative
save us
shock
here?
there. Trying desperately to find an answer, or is
Nope.
this game 1 just over?
Game 1 is over. We are very quickly moving to a game 2. Yeah, it is. Once you see your opponent go for that big of a hit, it a little bit worried that they might be digging for that answer there. And
yeah, that was incredible. Honestly, this is exactly so very scary for our Lorraine player here, for Jimmy Lee, to see that kind of damage coming in. But also, like, this is kind of a 1 in a million. This is a huge shot for neutral end. Getting that big damage, having all of those effects, and then having double Carpson Coda in hand is not usually how these matches go, but definitely the kind of thing that neutral end is going to take advantage of.
yeah, that was if you want to play Water Diana and you want that and you ask for that God hand, that was pretty much it. That was cookie cutter how this deck wants to play. And I don't think there was ever a point that we ever had to take our foot off the gas in that game. And it was absolutely insane. Now, that being said, we didn't have a lot of answers from Jimmy going into that. And looking at Jimmy's main board going this, it doesn't look like we had a lot of answers at the ready in our main board here, unfortunately. Maybe some Star Wars Showmates, hopefully in a fluffy shopkeep, but unfortunately, we did not see him.
Yeah, this kind of deck usually has some Resolutes or some Crystallized Destinies. We are seeing 2 Crystallized Destiny out of the board, and I'm expecting those to come in. What else do you think we're going to see? What other kind of defenses or what other kind of changes to the game plan is Jimmy Lee going to do here?
I wouldn't be shocked if we're gonna see possibly these Cheshire Cats maybe come in to maybe pressure a little bit more early and maybe deal with some of these harder to clear board state. But that being said, this is a deck that can answer some of these pretty well. So maybe not necessarily, but I agree with you. Crystalline Destiny is definitely coming in. Uh, I would definitely say the Topsies are coming in this matchup. The biggest thing is being able to eat that floating memory out of the graveyard or being able to remove that toad from the graveyard is going to be night and day into where the threats are going to lie. So I highly see both Topsy and Crystalline Destiny coming in this matchup. The rest is going to be a little bit more tricky if they all come in, but if I had to bet, Topsy and Crystalline Destiny are coming in for sure.
Yeah, that seems like a very easy decision to make. Both of those cards seem like absolute very good answers to the questions that Neutral End is trying to present.
For sure.
Um,
And then of course, neutral end, we have quite a few pieces that could come into play here. Frozen dismissals may come in just as a way to try to stop that dungeon guide to fast 3. Because one thing we've learned about Water Diana is once your opponent does get to that higher health pool, the game can get a little bit harder to try to close out if you haven't really gotten a lot of that early damage. Um,
mhm. Yeah,
uh,
not so much in terms of dealing with allies, though. So we're probably not going to be seeing stuff like Drown in Either or dissuading either. Tactical Retreat seems like a good choice. You know, I think you're always worried about something like Rending Flames coming out of Lorraine.
the Drown in Aether
Um,
is going to be a little bit hard for me to call if they're going to bring in because you didn't see your opponent you didn't see any like threats come into play. You didn't see too many allies that were really necessarily a problem for you, but at the
mm.
same time, bringing those in to maybe deal with some of those defenses that your opponent's throwing out could be important. So we could see those come in. It's a very tough call, I think, in this matchup,
Yeah,
especially if
Drown
you're
in
not fully
Either.
familiar with it.
Yeah, Drown in Ether seems very well suited to dealing with the Cheshire Cats that Neutral End did not see from Jimmy Lee. But he might chalk that up to we only got 2 turns into the game, so I didn't see anything from Jimmy Lee.
Yeah, for Drown Aether, well, Drown Aether is a spell, right? I
Ah,
think.
so it is. My
Yeah.
mistake.
So we're unfortunately not gonna be able to hit cats with them. But we could hit some of the other allies. It's just I don't know if Jimmy would have for me being the Diana, I don't know if Jimmy showed me enough
Right.
for me
Yeah,
to be
this
like,
this
I'm
could
bringing these
be any
in.
Fire Lorraine deck. Who knows what it's going to be doing?
Yeah, it's because normally when we see Fire Lorraine, I mean Jimmy, you can kind of if you know that these players know each other, they played each other before in weeklies. They're constantly playing the weekly, so you can kind of make a call here of what they might be on. But as you said, Fire Lorraine has so many different variants that this deck could be taking that if you bring the card in and it doesn't really affect them, then it kind of feels awkward to kind of drop some of your other pieces, especially when a lot of the main board right now seems it's really geared to what Jimmy's trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, game 2 is underway at this point. Both of them doing kind of their standard game plan, turn 1 pass from each of them. Jimmy Lee, of course, starting, so is the first to materialize as champion, have the inert sword onto the table, and we're seeing whether or not he's going to be spending any other cards here. Looks like that Unmake Duality coming out immediately, looking to plus here. We saw a Creative Shock earlier in order to get a Reckoning's Wake, the float, into the graveyard. And I see Neutral End kind of manipulating his cards. We might be moving into the end step at this point.
I would assume so. And also no defenses coming out from Jimmy, at least yet. We
Yeah.
could see some defensive pieces in hand, but I'd be a little scared.
No, well, Jimmy going first this time means he has a lot more time to deal with the aggression from Neutral End, right? He has a whole nother materialized step. He'll probably be able to go to level 2 or bring out some other kind of answer in order to deal with these threats. And in the meantime, Neutral End is still just going to be running his game plan. I think we're not going to be seeing many changes in terms of Neutral End's strategy.
Yeah, and because we do know it is the Insole list, we do know that kind of the setup here is if we're trying to go for Insole, could be for that, but there's also a chance that Jimmy may not even care about ending the game with Insole here. There's a good chance because we know Diana is we only have 19 damage at the Ether right now. we may not even need the install to close out this game.
Yeah, we might just be building up to a decent sized Rending Flames and a little bit of chip damage. That could definitely just do the trick on its own. Of course, in the meantime, we have to weather the storm here. Neutral end already loading up a Prudent Knock, and we're probably going to see maybe one more Ether Charge here before we go in, or it might just shoot for that 3 damage in order to get that traditional Glimpse for.
Ooh.
So
Both of
the
them.
Mad Hatter here is a play to get out the Ranger Strides, and we could just be seeing a massive hit immediately on Neutral End's first attack. I don't think Jimmy Lee was expecting this. I
mean,
certainly wasn't.
Are you ever expecting the Mad Hatter? Like, unless it's Wind Wake Up.
Yeah, I don't know. This is suddenly Ranger Strides. Okay, well this attack went from 3 damage to 7 damage. That's pretty good. We've got the Banish here in order to pay for the Ranger Strides ability, and the On Enter for the Ranger Strides actually just refilling Neutral End's hand. So this feels like a great play for Neutral End. Just sitting pretty on a big chunk of cards, ready to load up a few more Ether Wings, and ready to stack his deck almost however he wants. This is going to be a Glimpse 8 with the mill at the end, so almost definitely going to find a float, either or potentially a you know what I'm the 06.
Yeah. That being said, if we see a toad troll get milled here, we kind of know what might be happening. We might see a game. We might see lightning striking twice here.
Yeah, absolutely. Although if that hits now, it hits for what? Another 6, so that would be 13 damage on Jimmy Lee's 20. Still not quite enough. He doesn't have the cards in hand to do another 2 Carp Song Codas immediately, which,
Yes.
jeez, that would be a mess. But yeah, Jimmy's definitely feeling the pressure here. He knows that the next attack is going to be even more fed with whatever's coming up off of the top of the deck, and whatever is going to end up in the graveyard is just going to find, even more damage coming out of Neutral End's materials. So this is not a good position for Jimmy Lee.
No, and having our opponent be able to essentially pick the top 8 cards of the deck and assign them exactly how we want means this is nothing but we're going to see nothing but good draws, most likely, for Diana the rest of this game.
Yeah, I mean every draw for Neutral End is going to be gas from here on out. No question. Jimmy Lee is going to need to find some defenses. Yeah, here comes the Crystalline Archer, immediately eating that floating memory that just got milled. This is huge. Getting that extra card draw, Crystalline Archer going card neutral. What a card. Jimmy Lee's absolutely going to have to clear the board here, and there's not going to have a lot of options to do that. There is the Inert Sword in play, which is great, and he's also going to need to think about his defenses. If we don't see something like a Fluffy or a Stalwart Shieldmate here, I'm really, really concerned for Jimmy Lee's chances in this tournament.
Yeah, man, this is Diana hitting everything that you see. And well, Jimmy Lee did pitch the Liminal, so we might see, especially with a board like this, I think we're gonna see the level.
Yeah, he has to. He's going to need that extra health. There's no question.
But man, if our opponent has retreat, this is going to be, which actually very likely, because looking at that many cards, I would be shocked if we don't have the retreat already in hand.
Oh yeah, Jimmy Lee's probably going to go for the Flame Sweep here off of the level 2, hoping to draw cards off of the death of the Crystalline Archer and the Mad Hatter. But the retreat would be amazing here.
Even without the sweep, if we just go for one, swing at it for one, it's being able to deny our opponent for the draw.
Yeah, saves the ally, prevents the draw. The draw is definitely the bigger deal, I think, here. Keeping Jimmy Lee low on influence is going to really wreck his plans for trying to go up later on.
Or do we have the counter as well?
Down, here it is.
Oh, we're going for the sweep. We don't have
Neutral
it?
End just picks him up. No.
We don't have it? Wow. All right. I 100% thought we had it.
Yeah, right?
Wow.
I thought this game was already over.
Woo.
Whew. Well, this is a big shift in tempo. The extra cards for Jimmy Lee are going to be absolutely great here. Neutral End's damage is stalled out a little bit. We'll see how many ether charges end up on the Aquamirage Whisper in the next turn, in kind of the following turn cycle. But this is a lot of damage that just got prevented, which is really, really important for where Jimmy Lee is sitting.
Following up the dungeon guide without the counter too. Ooh.
Oh man, that is amazing. What a draw for Jimmy Lee. This actually worked out perfectly. And Neutral End didn't have the interaction, which means Jimmy Lee is kind of exactly where he wants to be. Well,
Getting rid of
here
the
we
rending.
go.
Doesn't even need it.
All the way up to Crux Knight now, sitting on a comfy 28 health pool. So 16 away from death now. Neutral End could still have it. This could still be it. But seems unlikely that Neutral End is going to find 16 damage here, even with Jimmy's hand basically entirely down. Of course, Weaving Mana Stream to go distant is probably a good way to start that chain. If we see a Diana 2 here, I'm going to be extra worried, because that would represent a lot of damage as well. Of course, we could also just be double Coda, so who knows?
Yeah, because double Coda gets us pretty close already.
Okay, so only the Ranger boots here, which indicates that Neutral End is not expecting to end the game this turn. It is a decent one-off card draw, so the card in hand, definitely very good, especially off of the Weaving Mana Stream, since you just keep being able to refresh that particular floating memory. But most likely, Neutral End is setting up to get a distant attack on the turn after this in order to close out that big gap in health that he's looking to deal with right now.
And we are
With
13 away
distant
from
off of-
lethal.
Yeah, looking for lethal. I don't think he's going to find it here. This doesn't seem like the right situation for that. I guess this could still be a double Coda, but double Coda here is still not lethal. It's short by 1.
Yeah, and I don't think there's enough to play an ally either with how many cards in the hand.
Coda and ally, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I think he has 6 in hand. So that could be Crystalline Archer plus Coda.
I think we still have to double Coda to end it here.
Yeah. Double Coda and an ally is definitely not happening.
But also going to Jimmy's too. I think we're sitting with. I mean, if we know how the routing, because we could be sitting with. I mean, Rending Flames is definitely terrifying, but even I think we might have enough to play Insole.
Yeah, he's definitely
turn.
got the cards for it after that flame sweep on Lorraine too. Well, we're burning one more Weaving Mana Stream in order to enable the Crystalline Archer. 4 more damage coming in. Jimmy Lee now at 19 out of 28. So, and I believe that is a Toad Troll on top of the graveyard. So Neutral End is potentially set up to get lethal on the next turn.
Yeah, we're one of two things is happening. I think in these next 2 turns, either we are going to a game 3, or we are seeing Neutral End take it home.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting the Insole here, and if the Insole lands, that is definitely game for Neutral End. I don't think he has enough interaction in his hand in order to prevent that from killing him.
It looks like we have possibly Neutral End has something during Recollection.
Yeah, this looks like it's in response to Clarent, maybe. Clarent, a pretty strong materialize here, especially if Neutral End is going to go for the Coda.
Yeah.
And there it is. Yeah, Coda in response to Clarent to make sure that Jimmy Lee can't pop those counters to get the damage mitigation onto his champion.
Still leaving 3 cards in hand, though, so that is very legitimately scary, though, still, because that means if we possibly end the attack correctly off an Insole, we could survive this. But, well, actually, can we? That's still...
So a Dissuading Ether is probably one of the better things that Neutral End could do here in order to mitigate damage, especially with Jimmy Lee getting multiple attacks off of that Votive Runeblade.
Well, with Votive would be a little bit risky because we could, in response to the attack off Votive, we could actually use the retreat to end the combat off the trigger on the stack.
That is also true. Yeah,
Yeah.
retreat would be especially painful. Although, with 3 cards in hand, I think retreat is 3 to cast, no? Song of Frost would also do the same, but I don't see a Song of Frost in this list.
You were right. Yep, you were right. And I believe Jimmy does have to lend it here because, yeah, Lethal is on board for...
Okay, so the defensive play, we have the Fluffy Shopkeeper coming down. Card neutral, Jimmy Lee loves burning cards out of his material deck, so he doesn't
Yeah,
mind at all.
I don't think this is defense. I think this is for Lethal
Whoa,
because this will
really?
be 2 more swords. Yeah, it'll be 2 more swords going.
Oh, he hasn't swung with the champion yet.
Yeah. So that's now 4 swords and banished. So that's now a 5 on that sword. And then 1 off the
5
1 off
damage.
the
Yeah,
Fluffy.
1 more with the Fluffy is actually going to be enough. And that's it.
Yep,
Neutral
that'll do
End
it.
takes the 1,
That'll
is
do
packing
it.
up. We're moving into game 3.
Wow.
Fluffy for Lethal is great. Wow, yeah, that's not usually what you see out of that card, but of course Lorraine loves manipulating her material deck. So
Listen,
that's a
once
really
that card
great
got
use.
revealed and you could banish 2, Lorraine was like, "Oh boy. Oh baby."
Wow, well, what a turnaround! So Neutral End, obviously, game 1, he just ran the gauntlet. He knew exactly what was going on. He had everything kind of line up. Game 2, Neutral End didn't have quite as much damage. Jimmy Lee going first meant that he got to turbo up to level 3 really quickly, and then was able to send ridiculous damage with that Crux Knight combo. And
Yeah.
now we're moving into game 3. So Neutral End's going to be going first again. Do you think that's going to be enough to shift the momentum? Is Neutral End going to have the advantage here?
To be fair, I mean, it very much could be because we saw just in this last game, because of the difference of going first and second, we were off Lethal by just so little. Having that extra turn means we are much more likely to be able to present Lethal before our opponent can do anything. Now, I think the big nail in the coffin here is going to be and if Jimmy's aware of it, which probably is if Jimmy can hit a Fluffy Shopkeep early or even Dungeon Guide to 2 rather than going to 3, that could also be the nail in the coffin that could swing the favor back to Jimmy here. So
Yeah,
this is going to
absolutely.
be a nail biter regardless.
We didn't really see any defensive plays from Jimmy in game 1. So in this game 3, even with Neutral End having that tempo advantage, being the first to materialize their level 1 champion, if we see something like even a Stalwart off of Jimmy, is going to be a shift from the momentum that we saw in game 1.
Very much so. Now, because I don't think either of these players did any sideboard changes going into this one. I think they pretty happy with what they did going into last game.
Yeah, that's my expectation is going first or going second. Both decks are kind of in the configuration that they want for it, right? They kind of know what they're looking for here. And their decks are already set up to do the thing. Both of the decks very aggressive. You wouldn't think like a level 3 a deck is aggressive, but and Soul really like the poster child for an aggressive mid-range deck.
Ooh, 3 going down. 3, 2, 3. 2 going down. Hasty Messenger.
All right. So taking
It's a
advantage
liminal.
of going second, being able to attack with that hasty messenger on Jimmy's first turn, do a little bit more hand sculpting, and potentially find something to set up for defense. Like the
That's good
Stalwart
defense.
Shieldmate.
That's
Oh, I
a
didn't see any discard off of the hasty.
yes, it was
Oh,
a
no,
liminal guide. Yeah.
Okay.
He's hiding back there. He's behind by the deck. He's back there.
Oh, the positioning of the camera. I see what's going on here. All right, buddy. All right.
He's being sneaky. He's hiding back there.
Well, Stalwart Shieldmate or no, Neutral End only has one game plan, and that game plan is go distant, materialize, bring out Aqua Mirage Whisper, and start setting up for that initial attack. We're going to see a prudent knock here, or maybe a calibration. One of the many ways to go influence neutral. No! He's moving on past Recollection. Didn't do anything in Recollection. Are we going to see a Crystalline Archer come down? How are we taking advantage of this Weaving baniStream that we have?
Well, that's the way to do it.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. And it loads up the bow. Oh, man. Mad Hatter's really good in this deck.
As it turns out.
So this is ideally going to bring out the Ranger Strides. 1 in 10, 1 in 9, maybe? Chance to miss, but probably going to be bringing out the Ranger Strides here, eating the Weaving baniStream in order to pay for the cost. baniStream is going to load up into the Aetherwing, setting up for that initial shot, and we'll be able to get some damage here in order to set up some glimpses and really get things going. Oh, what a great turn 2. Oh, I love to see this. This is so cool.
Now, the question is, do we have another ally to clear out the Stalwart, or are we just going to use the advantage to draw with the... Nope, we're
Yeah,
just going to go and do it.
unfortunately, it looks like that initial 3 damage has to go into the Stalwart. Not a lot of ways for neutral end to clear the Stalwart profitably. So you need to get this attack, and if it has to go into the Stalwart, then it has to go into the Stalwart. And that looks like that is going to be neutral end's plan here. Weaving baniStream back in the graveyard, ready to fuel more draws for neutral end. And we'll see what the mill is here. Are we going to get another float? Are we going to get a Toad Troll? Where are we headed here? What is the plan? Neutral end.
And it
Okay,
looks
found
like
a tactical retreat. It's good.
Makes you wonder what's in the hand, because I feel like this is a matchup where I want retreat.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, this might just be a matter of neutral end is desperate for float, and if that was the only float that he saw, then that's the float he's going to get into the yard. We didn't see another Crystalline come down or a Paladin, which would have been, I think, really nice for neutral end here. But that does mean that he is saving a couple of cards. So we might see some response to the level up, or some response to the way Jimmy is kind of trying to interact this turn. With 2 damage in allies, another 2 off of the Inert Sword if he wants it. Sending that Honorable Vanguard into the graveyard. It's a good place for an Honorable Vanguard. Very cozy in the graveyard. But yeah, it looks like we're going to get a little bit of chip damage here. We're probably not going to see a Dungeon Guide up to 2. I imagine next turn the plan is going to be level up to 2 and then Dungeon Guide to 3. But waiting here on a response from neutral end, maybe. Or no, it looks like he is planning out his next move here. Ah,
We're
yes.
thinking about it.
The face down cards. We're doing math. This could be the Dungeon Guide to 2, actually.
Yep,
Whoa,
here we are.
yep.
As I said, this can be the break point, because not only are we now, in a sense, we are now back on being, I guess, almost the turn player, being the first turn player, going to 2 before our opponent can do any extra damage. But the value here is, unlike other decks that would do this, where we would technically be down influence, is we're probably going to gain this right back.
Yeah, this could easily be an attack into... Ooh, the Fracturize on the sword in response. That won't fix the problem if Flame Sweep is on the menu, but that does mean that it's not going to be as easy as simply resting the champion and using a durability in order to get the extra card off of that Hatter.
Do we have enough for the sweep?
Not sure. Maybe with... Oh, yeah, with the Fracturize, I think we do.
Oh, yeah, we do get the one at that, so...
See what happens here. This is some solid interaction from neutral end, though. This is a really great play at this point. It's a solid attempt at denying Jimmy Lee the card. And we're just seeing the cremate. Okay. So still going up on cards, but not taking advantage of the Lorraine 2 ability, which Lorraine 2 is still an advantage here. Like you said, it does shift the tempo of the materialization in Jimmy Lee's favor. It is an extra 4 health, which against a deck like Neutral Ends, that's, that's not. You cannot disregard how much of an advantage a little bit of extra health is. And still finding stuff to play out. So still moving forward with the game plan.
That is either Stalwart, I think, or it is the Soldier of Light. But
yeah, the fact that it's not rested, I think, means it's Stalwart. So
yeah,
that's a very nice find for Jimmy Lee. And really not letting neutral end through at all. Only 1 damage so far dealt to Jimmy Lee. Whereas last game, neutral end had already won the game at this point.
yeah, we will definitely be going at this point. Very likely going back to 3 without as much influence we saw last time. But I think for Jimmy, we're okay with that trade.
Yeah, I mean, there is some float in the yard, so it's not a terrible position to be in. And the cremation helps in terms of keeping the influence up. But not being able to get advantage off of Lorraine 2's ability is always painful. That said, this is kind of the position that Jimmy Lee wants to be in, right? Getting up to level 3, even if it's not at, the perfect influence total. Very low amounts of damage already dealt, so a lot more work before neutral end is actually threatening lethal. And neutral end not even building up that much of a board position, although at this point the Frostborn Paladin is pretty good.
Yeah, and in a weird case, we could also use this Paladin if need be to kind of save our, or in this case, we use the smoke bomb to save our Paladin as well.
Yep.
If we desperately need to. So we definitely have some options. I feel like we're in a better spot. We're not completely out of this. It's a very uphill battle that Neutral End's looking at here.
Yeah, absolutely. Neutral End has a lot more damage than he needs to deal in order to close this game out. And the longer he spends without closing the game out, the more chances Jimmy Lee has to close the door on him.
Yeah, this is the one thing that if you ever kind of wonder because we've seen the Ashray Diana, we've seen the Water Diana, where do these decks really differ on terms of the way they win? This is kind of a very clear cut of where that difference lies. It's Ashray Diana has a much better chance of going for these very big end game setups like we would need here, while Water is going to have to do a little bit more chip and have to kind of get their punches in where they can to try to close out this game.
Well, Jimmy Lee just made that distance a little bit longer using both of the Stalwart Shieldmates as float in order to move up to level 3, removing a cremation ritual from hand, and moving on to his main step with, I think, 5 or 6 influence. If it's 6, that's just enough. But doesn't look like he's going for the Insole immediately.
And then looks like we are seeing that beautiful Ghost of Pendragon come out. That Ascent top day 2.
2 reserve draw 2. What a card. Yep, sending the Looking Glass back into the materials and really ready to just dominate here. If this goes into an ally or if this goes straight into neutral end's face, anything that you do with the Ghost of Pendragon at this point is good. Is a little tough to deal with that Frostborn Paladin, unfortunately. So Jimmy Lee looks like is opting to just go straight for the face, get a bit more damage onto neutral end, and maybe set up for a big Insole turn coming up in the near future.
Yep, and with Fluffy in hand, it's a very good way to say maybe bait our opponent and using that smoke bomb for more of an offensive play than a defensive play here.
Yeah, this is a very tough position for neutral end. Just like you said, now he's got some choices to make about how he wants to put forward his aggression. Is he going to be able to fight through this Fluffy and deal some damage to Jimmy? Or is he going to try and use the smoke bombs here in order to bypass the problem for one turn? But even one turn of just bypassing the Fluffy, I don't think is going to be enough.
No,
Neutral
I
end
think
is... Yeah, go for it.
No, I think you definitely need the Paladin here to clear out that Fluffy. I don't think you can using the smoke bomb here unless you're going for lethal. I don't think it's the call unless we're desperately digging for something.
Yeah, and going for lethal is going to be a real rough row to hoe. 26 damage away from death is our Jimmy Lee. So that's a lot of Carp Song Codas.
How do you measure lethal? I measure it in Codas.
That is that is 4.3 Carp Song Codas. Very far away. But we are seeing some ether charges come in here, charging the soul, doing a little bit more damage to Jimmy. Are we gonna clear the ghosts here, do you think? Or like I kind of feel like Neutral End just has to go face if he can.
Yeah, it is a tough call because you're already at the halfway. At this point, you're almost at the halfway point to your own life total. Keeping a 3-4 on board seems risky. And yeah, I think we made the same call. Keeping on the board is just a little bit too risky, knowing that a Rending Flames could be around the corner.
Yeah. So unfortunate that the damage needed to go towards board, but Neutral End does need to worry about his own life total before worrying about Jimmy's life total. And at least he gets a good glimpse out of here. So stacking the deck a little bit more, maybe getting another float into the yard, maybe getting a Toad Troll into the yard. I think we already have a Toad Troll, actually. But trying to set up for the next turn, seeing whether or not we can accomplish something here.
I actually don't think we have a Toad Troll in there because I think it
Is
is
that 2 weavings?
2 weavings and then a retreat. I believe is our floating in there.
Position. Like the weaving mana streams are always nice, and with 2 weaving mana streams, it's real easy to go to level 2, which is I think going to need to be part of Neutral End's plan here. You know, worried about life total and worried about damage. That's a good way to manage both of those things. Getting some extra free ether charges loaded up, getting a little bit of extra health buffer. But in the meantime, more paladins coming down, so using up that charge of the soul and getting a little bit more of a board here. And leaving the paladin up on defense, I like this. I think this is a good play for Neutral End. Neutral End really does need to watch out for his own life total. And if he knows that he's going to 2 on the next turn, then leaving up a little bit of damage this turn, like leaving a little bit of damage on the table in order to keep his life total high, seems like a good choice.
On top of realistically, a rogue Rending Flames here can kill. And because the cleric can get Spell Shroud as well, we can't really rely on the Fracturize either.
Yeah, absolutely. Jimmy Lee is just kind of holding all the cards right now. Neutral End is, desperate to try to stave off defeat here, and it has to look for a lot of different avenues in order to get that damage through, whereas Jimmy is kind of just doing his thing, whatever thing that is. Looks like the thing is happening. There's a huge Ensoul.
And a Frostbind coming down. Save us another turn.
All right. Well, maybe Jimmy Lee does not have run of the board. Do you think he has another Ensoul backup? Like, do you think we're just going to see the same thing next turn, or are we in trouble now?
The fact that we didn't wait for 2 to do this, and the fact that we're so willing to play this one here, either one of 2 things. I either think we have a Rending Flames at the ready, or we just have another Ensoul. Knowing the Jimmy Lee special, there's another Ensoul in hand.
Yeah, that's true. Jimmy Lee, obviously a very good player, and there's no way he would walk his only threat into a Frostbind like that. But here we go, going up to Diana 2. Those 2 weaving mana streams immediately into the Aqua Mirage Whisper. Is the Mana Cascade actually, did the Whisper get cracked? Or are we still on the Whisper? Was the last durability for it?
The last durability is the last one. We are on the Cascade.
Okay.
Yeah, we are on the Cascade, so we are no longer any milling some stuff. But I think we've milled. We've seen probably enough of the deck that we know what needs to happen here.
The Mana Cascade is actually really interesting here because with the 2 weaving mana streams, getting both of those into the Ether Wing is already enough to activate the extra ability from the Mana Cascade, right? So he gets the extra attack, gets the banish at random for their opponent's memory, which is potentially something really devastating here. But yeah, going in for looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage.
which we played almost everything except for one card to play the End Soul. So I believe this would take us off the ability to End Soul next turn.
No, with the card draw, he'll still have enough to install. It'll just take everything. That's painful, though.
Which we have another Frostbind. Pretty good.
Oh, boy. Reckoning's Wake. That's not exactly what Neutral End wanted to see, but a card is a card. And are we going to see more damage from Neutral End, or is Neutral End now going to sit behind the shields and hope to close it out with the power of Mana's Cascade?
Is that another Paladin?
Wow.
That is the third Paladin hitting the board. Wow. All right.
All right, so some damage is going in here. All the damage? Oh, now I'm worried.
Would make me think we have another Frostbind in hand or another way to counter this.
Yeah, Neutral End has to have something to interact here. There's no way he goes all in like this without some kind of defense. I think one extra tap hit. Yeah. So 19.
Still only 7 away though from lethal. So, man, we thought this was 100% Jimmy holding all the cards, but turns out we were so far off.
It turns out water decks are good at holding cards. Who knew?
Who would have thought Paladin might be a good card?
I never would have suspected.
I wish I had a way to get. I wish I had 4 Paladins. I just wish there was an easy way for me to obtain those.
If only.
If only there was some sort of recollection on the horizon that could grant me 4 of these sweet dungeon guides and 4 of these sweet Paladins.
Oh, it's almost like you have a specific product in mind.
Well, let me tell you.
So what are we seeing from Jimmy here? Is this materialized? It's with the glare, it's really hard to tell what the card is. Okay, Sword of Seeking down here. And going for the creative shock after the recollection.
Question is, what is the rending come in for right now? Because that's 4 swords and banishment, right? There's the 3 fire getting banished.
Yeah, with 4 swords and banishment, this is hitting for 16.
And the retreat.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. I mean, that's exactly what you have to do.
And I think that's everything down for Jimmy. So I think that's
gotta be
all she wrote.
There's no way. He has lethal on board. I think we're going to be able to find the 9 needed damage with 3 paladins on board and also some other stuff.
Let me tell you, if we only need 9 on board to win this, we have 3 paladins. That math might be 9.
Yeah, no. I think that math checks out actually. But might as well burn some Ranger Strides. That's been sitting on the board since like turn 2 anyway. I think it is over for our dear Jimothy Lee.
It looks like it. That looks like it is the end.
Picking up those cards. Wow. All right. So the person who went first won each game. So I think that tells you something about the overall plan and aggression for these 2 decks. Of course, both of them world-class competitors, right? Neutral End with lots and lots of history on this deck. Jimmy Lee, just a champion no matter what he brings to the table. So, in terms of player skill, that's not a question.
No,
but
it
both
was
of these decks very aggressive. And the whether or not they had sort of the extra lucky start, like Neutral End did in game 1, it really seems like the advantage of going first, getting that materialized first, being the person who can put the bigger pressure on in the beginning, really turned the game. Like that was kind of what decided each game each time.
Oh, for sure. And I think this also came down to a game of we saw neutral end, of course, so many hours on this deck, so many events playing this list. And as well as I think something to look at is I think the way we saw the smoke bomb get played in this matchup was incredibly intelligent, incredibly smart into this setup where we didn't necessarily ever have to pop the smoke bomb. And I think the smoke bomb bought us 3 or 4 turns of just letting us kind of do what we want because we essentially avoided the paladin swinging into it. We essentially said, or yeah, we essentially stopped. We said kept the paladin out, was able to swing it in our opponent's face. The Ghostspin Dragon never swung into it because we were so worried about that smoke bomb popping it and saving it that we essentially used it as a way to say, hey, I'm going to build up a board state, and then I'm gonna essentially gonna pressure you back and leave you in a situation of, hey, you're gonna need to have an answer. And unfortunately, we were able to turn the tide to say, hey, you're going to only play 1 card a turn, and I'm going to answer it every time you do.
Yeah, that's such a good position for a water deck. You know, people talk about the water Aetherwing Diana decks as if they are essentially fire decks, as if they're just aggro, and it's still a water deck. It still has those tools. It still has that extra support. And like you were saying with the smoke bomb, um, being able to play the smoke bomb in that kind of combination proactive and reactive way off of the Weaving Mana Stream engine and having that extra card advantage was just uh, an unassailable position for Jimmy Lee or for
It,
neutral end. He did really, really well.
it was absolutely like the best way you could probably play that matchup. And this is also a crazy way of we 100% thought that game was over. We thought Jimmy
Yeah.
going to 3, sitting there, we thought that game was done and out. And it just shows that there are sometimes, even those situations, these players have a lot of time on this list. They know when a game's over, when it's not. And it may come down to maybe drawing the Paladins was a little bit of luck. Maybe it was like getting what we needed to see at the right time. But even then, sometimes it's playing for those routes, knowing, hey, I've got an out here. I just got to play it right. And we saw that. That did come down to it being 3 Paladins. But we also, to be fair, we probably glimpsed 15 cards in that game and drew probably another easily 10 to 12 cards. So we did see a good chunk of the deck. So seeing 3 Paladins, not that unheard of
Yeah,
in this kind of match.
absolutely.
So for sure.
My friend likes to refer to Water Aetherwing Diana as a high skill ceiling deck. And I think a lot of it is down to knowing how to glimpse for the situation that you're in. Because glimpsing 15 cards gives you a lot of choices. It lets you set up in a lot of different ways depending on what you think you need and what you think your opponent is going to be able to do to interact with you or to prevent your game plan from going forward. And kind of knowing to set up with the smoke bombs is kind of a defensive play that he didn't end up ever actually using. And knowing that, okay, well, there's things that I can put on the bottom that I don't need in order to help me dig for the cards that I do need now. Like you say, that speaks to hours and hours and hours of playing this deck, getting that practice in, getting those reps in, and really understanding what the deck is capable of and what the deck needs to function.
100%. And I 100% agree with you that the deck is a list with a very, very high ceiling from the fact of looking at that many cards. A lot of people, when you play this deck for the first time, you're going to make the call, you're going to look at it, and you're going to see 3 Codas in that list. And you might be like, I'm going to put all 3 on top because it's going to win me the game if I go Coda, and I win. But there's a good chance of saying, hey, if they get to a certain life, 3 Codas is going to end the game. I'm going to need this counter spell here in 2 turns because I know that my opponent is probably going to go to 3 without enough answers to be able to play through like we knew Insoul's probably going to play. So keeping that Frostbind is probably a good call to say, hey, I need to stop this. Or I know here in 5 or 6 turns, I'm going to need to stop a Rending Flame. So getting that retreat is another good way to say, hey, let's go ahead and kind of stop this from happening. So it is definitely a masterclass to watch these players play this list. It's also crazy because there's not a lot of these Water Aetherwing Danas that are playing this deck to the skill levels we see Natural End doing. And
Oh
so
yeah,
when we do
absolutely.
get to see these players play this list at this level, you realize how terrifying that the new Diana can actually be. It is absolutely insane.
Oh yeah, God, I do really love to see the deck in motion, right? There's so many different spinning plates. There's so many different moving parts. There's so many different like interlocking gears in order to make the deck work the way it works. And when you see someone who knows how they all work and how the different pieces move and how they interlock, it's just oh, it's great. It's great.
Oh, 100%. Well, we do with all this, it is getting a little bit late, so we do have a couple of final announcements I do want to make before we sign things off. So, first thing is if you watch tonight and you're like, "You know what? I want to jump into some Grand Archive. I really want to play some I want to play some events and you know what? That smoke bomb was really pretty. Maybe you can't win that smoke bomb, but I want a prize card just equally as pretty. I still want Tristan on that card." Well, I have good news for you. We do have right around the corner starting tomorrow we have the elusive regional. So if you would like to go play some late night Grand Archive, depending where you're at, or of course if you are overseas, much easier for you to join. Highly recommend joining that. Be able to play some, get to maybe have a chance at winning one of those sweet prize cards. Because trust me, they look real good. And of course, maybe you don't want to stay up that late. Maybe work things tomorrow is not going to be a great day for you. Here in about 2 weeks on the 15th, we have another, of course, hosted right here. We have the North American Online League hosting a regional as well. So if you want something a little bit more in your time zone, maybe a Sunday works a little bit better for you going next month. Another great way to jump in, play some Grand Archive. And on top of that, maybe a little bit intimidating. You want to stay a little bit more small, a little bit more local. Highly recommend going over and checking out the store championship list. See if you have one in your area, and then just go out, Play Store Championship. It's a great way to try to jump in to this competitive scene and give it a shot. So that is it for announcements for me. Jim, do you have any closing thoughts, any closing words you want to end with before we hand it over?
No, just shout out to SBP Serene Balance Productions for putting all this together and giving me the opportunity to get online and yap with y'all. It's been a pleasure.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks you so much for joining me. It has been great. We saw some crazy games today. So I want to thank everybody for joining in. Of course, everybody who is subscribed, everybody who is now a member. Thank you guys so much for helping support this channel, helping support what we're doing here. It is great that we have a chance to do this. And I hope to see you guys here soon at either upcoming regional or again, see you possibly here coming up in a week or so as we run some more of these events. So thank you guys so much and have a good night.